Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody. Okay. We good? All right, thank you. We're going to start with some changes on the agenda tonight. The following items have been postponed. The first one, 75 Holly Hill LLC for a final site plan. Number 4, John P. Christensen et al. For a final coastal subdivision at 11 Juanetta. Number 7, 146 through 148 Sound Beach Avenue et al. For a final site plan and special permit. Number 11, 240 Greenwich GA LLC for a final site plan and special permit at 240 Greenwich Avenue. Numbers 12 and 13, Second Congregational Church for a zoning map amendment and a final site plan and special permit. Numbers 14 and 15, 21 Calhoun Drive LLC for a zoning map amendment and a final site plan and special permit. In addition, Andy Fox is not with us yet. He may be able to join us later in the evening, but for the time being, Mr. Lowe is seated for Mr. Fox. Finally, one other change we've made to the agenda, the final item, which was a discussion item on a scenic road designation, has been moved to the opening of the agenda to replace the first item that was postponed. So if those applicants would come forward, we're ready to go.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Candace Garthwaite, Old Greenwich, and this is Rita Baker, also Old Greenwich. And first of all, we do want to congratulate you on the approval of the POCD. So it's a marvelous piece of work, and it's
effective,
forward.
Right?
Yes.
And it's effective at this moment.
Yes, it is, isn't it? It's been approved. And so now it's going to be active. And certainly you do reference scenic roads in your POCD. So here we are with an application for a scenic loop around Binney Park, the northern section of Binney Park, which would be from coming down Sound Beach, Arch Street at the Perrott Library, which is a one-way road. So starting at Arch, going around to Wescombe Wood. Wescombe Wood, then you go right again, you go up Arch Street, which is a one-way street, so you have a scenic loop, which is approximately 0.6 miles. And that loop goes around the beautiful and scenic and historic Binney Park, which has, a pond, streams, stone walls, beautiful trees, scenic views, so many of the characteristics that really define a scenic road. But in addition to that, and this is what really makes this particular location in Greenwich, this particular area that we sincerely hope will become a scenic road, is the historic aspect of what we have there. We have the historic First Congregational Church. I don't have all my dates right in front of me, but really established in
16 something or other, 50 maybe.
Clearly in the 1600s. And then the actual stone part of the church was, I believe, 1895, which you see now with the beautiful stained glass. We have the historic graveyard with so many famous names, including Edwin Binney is buried there. We also have the beautiful Perrott Library with its Jeffersonian architecture. Also, there's a lot of history there. And there's history just around how Helen Kitchell donated the land for Binney Park. So there's so many stories to tell. So we all know that this really began about a year and a half ago when there was a project proposed by DPW, which was going to change the character of this iconic scenic entryway into Old Greenwich. And when we were before you on that MI, we were asked if this was a scenic road. And the light bulbs went off at that point. So I can tell you that Rita and I and Lorraine Lovejoy were approximately the next week out knocking on doors of the abutters. because we felt so strongly, and I know you know that the community felt so strongly, really emotionally, about this sense of place. So this is really the impetus behind our application, and it's why we are here before you, because certainly we want the application to be approved. There are many steps involved. As you know, the town of Greenwich is the major abutter, since Binney Park is a major abutter. And in order to go forward with our application, we do need to go to the selectmen, who needs to, if agreed by the selectmen, it would go on to the RTM call, and the RTM on behalf of the town, we hope, would approve as an abutter that we could go forward with our application. So
A lot of steps.
we go before the RTM twice if we actually are going to, keep this ball rolling. Now, Rita is here because Rita and I have been partners in this journey, and Rita has a beautiful historic home that is really right there on Forest Avenue, right.
Right on the corner of
Excuse me,
Forest
right.
and Sound Beach.
So,
Yeah.
I'll let you go to the mic.
The neighbors, the abutters, when we mentioned this project, they were 100% for us. They were absolutely thrilled we were going to go through with this and thanked us for the time that we eventually would be putting into it. We have notices from every abutter giving their approval, written approval, except for two folks who the homes are rented, and we've not been able to get in touch with the owners who live in Japan. So for the people who actually live there and own the property, everyone has approved. And we are very, this is our gateway to Old Greenwich. We feel very emotional about it. When the Rotary was brought up, we got very emotional about it. And we just want to preserve the unique character of that part of Old Greenwich, not just the scenic beauty, and I don't think anyone could disagree with that, with all the weddings and the various town functions that are held there. The scenic beauty is a given, but also what makes it unique is that along with this beauty, we have two historical buildings which date to the founding of the town. And so for that reason, we would like to have a special designation.
So just by way of introduction, you are here as a discussion item under 7-159B of the Connecticut General Statutes, and we've discussed that with you, where this is a pre-application meeting pursuant to that section, and we've not done this before, so thank you for being our volunteer, and
all around.
we greatly appreciate you coming in and testing the process with us. And the idea, as the commission knows, is that an applicant would come before the commission and ask 3 or 4 questions. We would spend 20 minutes, half an hour to address those questions with you. So thank you for your introduction of what you're looking to do. And you have asked 4 questions, and if you could just kind of take us through the section of the charter that deals with scenic roads and what your question is specific to that section, and then maybe we could address your 4 questions and just see how the commission feels. I should note that one of the key things about this statute is that it is non-binding on behalf of the commission. So as you know, you've signed a document stating as such that you understand that what's discussed here is meant to be just that, a discussion. And yes, we want to give direction, but should there be something that comes up later, what's said here is non-binding.
Understood.
Just
Agreed.
put that framework. So if you wouldn't mind just taking us through your 4 questions in the charter, that would be great.
Well, the largest issue that we had that we thought might become an issue was from the first paragraph of the municipal code, which says to be designated as a scenic road, a highway or portion thereof must be free of intensive commercial development and intensive vehicular traffic. There is, the Sound Beach section of the scenic loop does have traffic. Our question is, how great is intensive traffic? And that was our major issue there. And also, a highway or portion thereof, since we're a loop, Sound Beach is a portion of the scenic loop. The wording was just a little ambiguous, and Candace and I were outside in the rain counting cars the other day, so we have got pretty good information for you.
And so what we did on you have a traffic chart in front of you, and part of that, as noted on that chart, was the volume count. We had a volume count from DPW on Sound Beach in 2018. So we took the peak hours, and those are the numbers that you see. And then there was the 143 Sound Beach. We just thought for comparative purposes, they did an hour count on one day. DPW did a full week of counts. And there is a copy, Patrick has a copy of those actual data. And then Rita and I, just this last week, did a visual count at peak hours on Westcombe Wood and Arch. So we added that to our chart. And we sent that to Patrick, so I'm not sure if you have that updated traffic chart with the Westcombe Wood.
Traffic numbers I did provide to the commission. That was
Okay.
emailed this afternoon when we got it.
Go ahead.
I should have asked you this yesterday. So if the discussion we had yesterday went a little farther than the 4 questions, how would you like to handle it?
Totally up to you.
Okay. So one of the things, the direction we went in, and it would take it's an extra step for you guys, is whether we wanted to consider an amendment to the charter and whether you would be willing to go forward with an amendment to the charter to propose that to the RTM so that the language regarding scenic roads allows for a section to have more traffic. And one of the reasons that it was a little bit in the back of my mind is, what about if we moved on with scenic roads and designated, is the Bruce Park, Katie, the Bruce Park Drive is not scenic, right?
No, the scenic roads we have are Cliffdale, Bering Hill, Selden Road,
Part of
and
Portuck?
Sawmill.
Sawmill.
Those are the.
And so I know a lot of people I've heard people say that they drive through Bruce Park when they've had a stressful day on the way back from downtown because of the impact it has on that. Now, if that's not a scenic road, I don't know what is. What about the piece of public road that goes into Todd's? Is that scenic? And should we be making efforts to protect that? Now, those all have traffic. But if you look at the Facebook pages for Greenwich, the images people post, people's hearts and souls are tied to the parks in Greenwich. So should we be taking steps at the charter level to protect all of those parks and make sure that, especially Bruce Park, when you think about the impact that Eversource could have had on Bruce Park, and we didn't have a tool in our kit to protect Bruce Park as much as we wanted to. In retrospect, if we had had that. So the question I would ask you back is, do we even want to focus on the traffic, or do we want to consider something broader that would allow us to protect more beautiful drives? Nick sent out to the commission today, he shared Wikipedia, you've mentioned it in your papers here, well, Nick, why don't you talk about it, the Merritt Parkway?
Oh, what I found actually, the Merritt Parkway is a national scenic road.
Scenic Byway, I believe it's called,
It
right?
has a different definition of scenic road as we define it here. That way, what they're talking about is actually because it's a highway, it has vehicular traffic on it, but it's actually, they try to preserve it as a national treasure, national historic monument, if you would. When looking at that, I think it seems the intent of a scenic road is to be not something that is actually heavily traveled. And I think the numbers that you've given us prove that it's heavily traveled, that portion that goes around on Sound Beach. What One thing I'd like to,
But the Merritt is still a scenic byway.
Yeah.
And I've been parked there on many occasions. So I guess that's not really traffic when you're at a dead stop. So,
The other thing that we found in one of our applications, I think it was on Cliffdale, was disappointment of, if we're talking about charter change, that all a scenic road gets you is control over what happens within the right-of-way, which I think was a disappointment to the commission on that particular application, because there were trees and stone walls that were just
behind the
outside of the
right-of-way.
right-of-way that clearly they wanted to protect, and it had to do with where the driveway was going to be located
you
and such.
may
So-
not, I don't know if we could address that. So we had an application, we were really disappointed because of what the property owner wanted to do. And here we had a scenic road, but the part of the trees that were coming down were beyond our reach.
Because if I could just read the section 11-13, alterations and improvements to a scenic road is defined as including but is not limited to reconstruction of a scenic road, widening of the right-of-way or of the traveled portion of the scenic road, changes of grade, straightening, removal of stone walls and/or mature trees, but excludes routine repairs and maintenance. But that, we had understood, is literally within the right-of-way, so you're only talking about that 50 feet. And the things that you've just described as being of value and being scenic and what have you, obviously are outside of that 50 feet. So then it becomes a question of, is it, what are we really getting out of
And we're
this?
not asking you to take on Bruce Park and a million other places. We're just saying, you do the first step with Benny, but can we consider opening the door not only for Benny, but then leaving it open so that others could come behind you and we could do more?
We are certainly very open to that, because
Okay.
as you stated with the Merritt Parkway example, and I gave you the list of scenic roads in Connecticut, that when I looked at the legislation for Connecticut, it didn't really mention intensive traffic. So, maybe just even in our own state, there may be the example. The other thing with respect to the right-of-way, Rita's essentially a small abutter, but to get the support of those who abut the road, once you start saying that, maybe you can't change certain things on your property, then it does get trickier.
Yes, I agree with you.
Because we did look into historic district designation.
Right.
And for the reasons of what I just described, we decided that was not the best.
I had a very convincing discussion with someone in the lobby of Central Middle last night about that topic, unrelated to yours, but a person who was objecting to us having a tree ordinance because of the invasion, the loss of property rights. Much as the commission would love to have a farther reach, it may jeopardize your proposal. I would agree with that.
So we do find that to be, a bit of an obstacle.
I agree with you. I don't know if I don't mean to dominate this, so please jump in.
I hope this is not going down a rabbit hole, but I wanted
We'll
to
just, like, tell
throw
you.
out the idea that maybe there's a more broad way to look at this. A scenic views designation, which could include roadways, park-like vistas, and even stone walls and so on and so forth.
Katie?
And like in kind, in New York State, there's the Scenic Mountains Act, which is very broadly worded in order to incorporate the idea that a vista can be preserved if we don't allow certain kinds of development. So if you have a ridge line, that ridge line is to be preserved. So if you are building something which superimposes your building or landscaping that disturbs that view, it can be reviewed either by locally or even by the state legislature and disallowed. So there might be a way of creating a much broader view, and it's maybe
The charter
akin
doesn't
to...
have that. If you're going to change the charter,
Could add that in.
Peter's got an excellent idea there because we have had applications that affected views, and again, you're not able to do anything about it. Now, that might meet with resistance, so you could have a backup
One of
plan.
the issues here is that it's like pornography. So that adage it makes it kind of very subjective and therefore a little messy. So it involves a lot of input from the public.
Just like, I'm watching the reporters laugh, Peter, and you may hate
I'm going
yourself.
to get quoted on that one.
So in that regard, you need a lot of community support in order to
Yeah.
bring something like that forward.
Right, so I think there's a lot of work to be done.
Yes.
We, of course, selfishly have our scenic loop that we feel very
Right.
strongly about. Just to add to that conversation, we are hoping, once we, get through some of this work, that we can work with the First Congregational Church and the Perrott Library for historic landmark designation, even just for the town, to keep it simple, or if they wanted to go further into the state, so that they don't have at this point.
So again, I think you're coming back to, maybe we look at this in terms of opening the door, and what do you need in order to get your first goal? Rather than overburden it and have it crash as it goes to the RTM, because it gets too complex, and then people get concerned about loss of private property rights. What do we mean by a view? But it also enables us to potentially come back in and follow up with Peter's suggestion. We could actually follow you and say, on top of what you've already agreed to, we'd like to propose something that does the views. So we could incorporate Peter's idea, but I think you're right to bite off what can be chewed right now, because it's a tough, there are always trade-offs, and you don't want to get so many trade-offs that people get stuck.
Small bites, as they say.
Small bites.
So the other aspect, I'm sort of losing my train of thought here.
That's
is,
okay, we're giving you a lot of, we do that, I know we bombard sometimes, I take it back.
So I think why we're here to some degree, certainly as evidenced by our questions, is that our feeling, and I think you can talk to anybody in Riverside or Old Greenwich, because remember that Binney Park, Arch Street is Riverside. This is
Right.
Riverside and Old Greenwich.
Yes, and I believe the Riverside Association is here tonight.
So there's Liz, who certainly believes very strongly, along with the commission, about a sense of place. So I was coming into Old Greenwich one day, maybe it was, a busy time of day, and just like going around Bruce Park, there's something so calming
Yes,
about a beautiful scenery, a beautiful view, and that I just didn't feel the traffic took away from it at all. We're all in our cars and we're all kind of protected, and you could have on classical music or no music, and you can just enjoy, let your eyes and your brain just take it in. Because it's no matter if you're at the northern part or the southern part, it's just beautiful. And sometimes when I'm walking over to Rita's house, I'll just go up into the graveyard and walk that way. And then I have an even more beautiful, elevated and calming sense of history, and read the names. And so, honestly, I just don't feel that the number of cars
Right.
takes away from what it is we're trying to protect.
so rather than get stuck on that one, is to
We
go,
don't want to get stuck.
so go back a step, forget cars, and go in for the charter change so that we open the door.
Okay, so we would have to learn how to do that.
Yes, and I believe that people like the moderator and Alexis and Tom Byrne, are they the experts on that?
How about the Historic District Commission too, HDC? Do they do anything for them?
Not unless they want to go with something historic.
Well, I
Katie,
think they,
is the expertise on the charter change would be Alexis and Tom?
Yeah, and, well, there's something on the town website, actually, that the law department put out about how to
Great.
deal with charter change. I think it's on the law department's page. But you spoke to the Historic District Commission. Do you want to
We
just?
did. Can I tell you that little story?
Yeah.
Because Katie had said, well, maybe you should consider Historic District Commission. So I spoke to Stephen Bishop, and we were talking about the Cobb area. And, you know, that's historic and so interesting. And he said, well, we had the unfortunate situation where we had some cement streets that, you know, that really gave the sense, again, a sense of place, those historic cement streets. You'd go there and you'd go, oh, this is different. And unfortunately, DPW paved over those cement streets. And that historic district designation, did not protect them.
So again-
So we were alarmed by that. And so, you know, to come around in the circle a little bit, we do have fear that
No, we got it.
the Department of Public Works has their world, and their world is that, well, we have a bridge culvert that needs to be repaired. Oh, and then, you know, we could raise the road because then we would have emergency vehicle access should there be flooding. And yet, you know, I hate to digress too much, but there's another way to correct the flooding. It's just more expensive. And so we're fearful that these kinds of changes, and we're not against the bridge.
Right.
We were never against a moderate rotary. We were adamantly against raising the road and an oversized rotary. We just have fear that,
And little things add to that. About 2 months ago, my neighbor at number 1 Forest Avenue called me up and she said, you have to come look at this. And there was a sign on a tree that said, your tree removal, da-da-da-da, and then written in red letters by hand was for bridge repair, or for new bridge. But this sign on the tree was not facing Sound Beach Avenue nor Harding. It faced my neighbor and my neighbor only. So she was the only one who could see that sign. And it was very high up, and she could only see
So
it from
you
her bedroom
wrote-
window.
you-
So she did call DPW and did complain about that, and they were going to move the sign, but it never happened. So
we did get a notice.
And the sign's still there and the tree's still there?
the trees, I have to ask.
Your tree warden
to
is, the tree warden is who you should really go to
I
as well.
think it's
I
more
believe.
about that.
And the tree warden has been amazingly responsive.
Yes.
Really, they're terrific.
We
But
appreciate.
these are our fears.
Yeah, we
You know?
understand.
Yeah.
So, let me stop for a second. Does anybody on the commission want to make a comment right now?
The proposal you have is for a portion of Sound Beach, a portion of Arch,
It's for the loop.
okay?
It's all
and,
of Arch.
Circumference of Benny.
all of Arch from the railroad bridge all the way up.
No.
No.
Oh, no,
Do you
sorry.
want-
It's just from Westcombe Wood. So
is
you
it-
have a map.
Is
After
it,
that.
is it the whole way around?
No,
Yeah,
right
no.
just where you're going, there, right
Yeah,
around the
yeah,
pond.
just on the
this,
pond.
right?
Uh-huh.
So why
Not
not
the
all
tennis
of Arch, and why not Binney, Binney Park Lane? Why not all the streets around the park?
Well, I mean, that's certainly a possibility. We thought that it was a little less scenic than what we're proposing. It was
It
less,
could easily be made more scenic, you know what I mean?
if we would get rid of some of the work
One of the other things I
areas.
noticed, actually, you're talking about actually portions of road. I'm looking at the map, and I'm looking at the right-of-ways, and it seemed that Westcombe Wood Road does not connect from one side of the park to the other.
At Sound Beach Avenue, you go right onto Westcombe Wood from Sound Beach Avenue.
According to the map I have in front of me that you gave us,
Yeah, but this is actually, the sign, when you turn here, the sign says Westcombe Wood, and it continues to be called, it does go through, like, when you turn right
oh, no,
here.
yeah,
Yeah.
the drive, yeah, the
And then it goes up the
right-of-way
hill
does
into
not go through,
Riverside.
according to this
Yeah, I don't know
map.
why the right-of-way, he's right. You see, the little red line isn't there. It's weird. Because it is called Westcombe Wood the whole way, but
Because it's considering the
So,
breadth of this all apart.
that would
even
be-
the roadways.
Yeah, that would be the end of that then, because there's no right-of-way to be scenic.
well, no, it's a public road. I don't know, Katie, how that works, because that is a public road. I mean, we all travel it. It's how I get to Nancy's house.
Like an easement. You have the
I mean, that's one of the questions that they've posed, is what is meant by a portion thereof.
Okay. So I don't know how one defines this. How do we help with that?
Well,
I think that's actually a question to the highway department.
Yeah.
Is actually, where is the right-of-way
Yeah.
of West Kenwood Road start and end?
well, I think that's the question that they're asking, is they're proposing a loop that is clearly more than half a mile, right? I mean, if you look at portions of it, then, and so I'm moved by this list that you provided. I mean, this is my personal non-binding opinion, but that, showing here, and, if you're talking about the loop, to me, that seems like it's more than a half a mile.
0.6.
Yeah, the whole way around, right? Yes. And the intensive vehicular traffic, I mean, the Merritt Parkway is on this list, so that's, I think, quite a compelling argument. Obviously, it's a far cry from what we've done locally, considering the other local roads that we've done, and when you look at the
Right.
charter, and it makes sense when you look at the charter language, because it's narrow roads and what have you, but that doesn't necessarily mean that this can't be looked at with a broader picture, and I think that's what Ms. Albin's saying, is we should make that more clear, I think, in the charter. Is that correct?
In the charter language.
Yes.
So we would be very interested in that. I guess we also are very interested in moving our application forward. So does that preclude, we do that first, then this, or how would that work?
Rather than get us, stop me if I'm wrong, but rather than get us into the stumbly thing about whether or not we're doing something that could potentially be inconsistent with the charter language, it seems safer to change the charter first and then come back and do an application.
And I think it would be worth, since the law department has put out that language in there, it probably would be worth meeting with the town attorney, and to Peter Levy's point about looking at what we can do in that scenic view. Because, in other words, we understand what you're trying to do, but it seems to me, at least, that it goes a little bit beyond the actual roadway.
Right.
And so it would be worth
But again,
exploring that at the same time.
I don't want to
And that-
jeopardize their cause.
Right.
To get a little more specific, maybe it's important to actually designate all of those items that you feel are part of this view. So there's a bridge, there's the Binney Park with the pond, there's any
The Parrot.
commensurate walls or any other features, landscape
willows.
features, the trees, walkways, the idea of being able to, actually circulate completely around it, but also by it, because you're going all the way through that one-way street underneath the tunnel. That's part of this vista.
And the historic structures.
And the historic structures. So you might want to actually include all of these items and articulate it as a whole panoply of things that make up this experience, this view.
Then, do you guys, speaking of that, do you guys have the applications that have already been approved in years gone by for the existing scenic roads?
The applications.
We have them in planning and zoning.
You
if
have
wanna
them
come-
there.
Yeah, so that would be a good step, but that, I think, is
They're
once
so
you're
different.
ready.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's still to give you a sense of the process that needs to, to cross the Ts and all that. But the real question is, rather than to get tangled up in how many cars is too many cars, to just take that out of the equation. I feel like that's the easiest. Then figure out what you want to bite off, once you have that.
I see.
But to maybe assume off the bat, if you're willing to do that, that a charter change is the least conflictive way to go. Yeah, and I mean, again, I would stay away from things that are going to be controversial.
I just want to mention
Right.
one other thing. Things like the speed limit also contributes to this view. The fact that you might have while you're,
We can lower it.
maybe it's important for it to be 15 miles an hour, 10 miles an hour, 12 miles an hour kind of thing in order to facilitate this or maybe that the thing that substantiates what you're talking about is the fact that the speed limits themselves are really,
Intrusive.
no, I don't know if they are. They might
The
actually.
speed of the cars can be.
But the speed limits do actually play into the idea that
True.
that this is a place to view and enjoy.
And I agree with you very sincerely, especially when you're a pedestrian, because the sidewalks are narrow.
Right.
And speed of cars can be a little intimidating.
If I could interrupt, just one thing that I was concerned about, was the Article 3 on the municipal code. In the preamble, where it says scenic roads are irreplaceable resources, the destruction of which, Article 3, Section 11-8, preamble.
Yeah, you're in, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the destruction of which has had and will have an adverse impact on the town's historic and scenic heritage. Now, the thing with the historic, Sound Beach Avenue in the 1600s was the only street. So of course the church is there and the graveyard is there and my house is there. So that was the main thoroughfare. So any historic structure in the town is by nature being historic is most likely going to be on a main
Right.
thoroughfare. There's several.
Absolutely right.
So, you sort
Yeah.
of betwixt and between, you're going to have
That's
traffic.
why, that's why I think we should take the traffic question out of it, because it can be just as scenic with a lot of cars on it as not, and why get hung up on whether or not it is high volume, because that's really not the issue, in my mind. And that's why, coming back to it, that's what we were all talking about yesterday, where we went in the briefing was, wow, wouldn't it just be simplest to do charter? Victoria?
And especially if the state statutes do not contain the intensive language wording. If you're sure it doesn't,
They
then,
do contain the language. I must have read.
I haven't read the state statutes, but
It does contain the same language about intensive vehicular traffic.
But you're okay with that because we're home rule on this. So we're home rule, and we had that discussion yesterday as well, which means that Greenwich can differ from the state statute. And I don't think the state would come after us for designating more scenic roads. That was the other discussion we had, is like, would they really mind if we were different? We have a right to be different, and would they even mind if we were? So that part, it is in there, because way back a year and a half ago, I looked at it after we had that first meeting, and I thought, oh, darn. But then talking to Katie, we thought it might work. What else can we talk about? I guess the thing is to figure out an action plan. Now, on a pre-application discussion item, we can't offer to be helpful, can we?
No, we'll go ahead and look at the town website on the
Yeah.
charter change
But
action steps.
What I can tell you is that my own personal sense is that this is very consistent with the newly approved 2019 Plan of Conservation and Development, because it talks, as you know, emphatically about community character. So I think the commission could say that to you.
Correct. You did use the language in the POCD for scenic road, page 43. It cannot be a main road,
Yeah, there's no mention of traffic.
or should not be a main road. I don't remember exactly.
Foolish
Yeah.
consistencies are the hobgoblin of little minds.
Oh, my goodness. You had your oatmeal this morning, didn't you?
Let me write that down.
Yeah, we got that one, and we got the pornography being messy one.
On a roll.
I'm afraid you're going to see that tomorrow. So an action plan would be, but I would say in the next steps, it would be, Katie, correct me, charter, and then to come back here? Or do they go to the Board of Selectmen first?
Yeah, to do the scenic road or to?
Once they have the charter change,
Oh, yes.
Then they go to
We
the-
wouldn't be involved in that.
then they go to the Board of Selectmen?
And then to the RTM.
and then to the RTM, and then at some point, do they come back to us? They must,
Yes.
right?
Yes, for the scenic road part.
Once
the
the
scenic-
RTM gives us permission,
Okay, done.
as an abutter,
But so
Right.
the first thing is to do,
the charter change.
and you could probably do it as a 1-2 with do the charter change and then the permission as an abutter with the RTM, but that's your call, because I'm way out of, I shouldn't even be saying those things, because
We didn't hear.
Okay.
I don't know about RTM. We
That's a
had to
good
be,
idea.
Alexis and Tom Burns spent a little bit of time this week teaching us how the RTM works, so.
That's for sure.
Thank you so much for being our,
Thank you.
test.
Our guinea
tester.
pig.
Yes, we pretty much did it, we were okay.
Great.
Definitely appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right, now. Oh, I'm sorry. Do we have any public comment on this item? Ms. Peldunas? Yes, we decided that, what?
We don't have any rules at this point, so
We decided at one point that public comment was kind of
we're
okay.
in test subject.
So, okay, you're a guinea pig too.
Liz Peldunas. I'm going to speak on behalf of myself tonight because this is from my own personal experience. What I see as the fix here, and I don't believe that these ladies should even have to go through this process, is with this newly adopted POCD, we have defined sense of place in Greenwich. It is very clear that we are trying to preserve aspects of our community that create a sense of place. No one on this commission would argue that Binney Park is anything other than the essence of Old Greenwich. The reason that they are doing this is to control a governmental department that is not adhering to the POCD, that's my view, and they solve the problems in the best engineering way without necessarily full attention to the essence of our community. What I'm afraid is going to happen is that they will go through this process, they will spend the money to do the permit with P&Z, they will do a traffic engineering study that may be required to get that. That's part.
No,
maybe.
you don't need that.
But if it were required,
They don't need that.
Well, point is, monies are going to be spent.
it's expensive.
Right.
Okay.
And it's difficult as a private citizen to find a traffic engineer that will represent you.
So we're trying to get them out of the traffic question.
Okay, but my point is, if the POCD is the Bible of how we are going to plan for the town, then I, as the person who is going to design a bridge in this space, should say, gosh, how does this fit with the essence or the sense of that place? If I develop with that in mind, then I should come to a solution that could help preserve that.
Here's the thing. This is now.
Yes?
You make a scenic road, it's forever. So you don't know what could happen, but the scenic road is done, they are protected. We're cementing who they are. This is a document that can fluctuate and change over time, but if we protect them for now by having them be a recognized scenic road, as Nick says when he talks about ugly buildings, he says, that building's going to be ugly long after I'm gone. Is that a good quote? Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
And so what we're saying is, long after the rest of us are gone, we're gone, we'll have protected this, and it's just a question of, so it's putting it in the bank, if you will. That's,
I don't disagree with that as a concept, and I hope that it could get done at minimal expense, but ultimately, I think that our town departments should look at that document first and think about their projects in light of what our community wants to be.
as you know, the implementation, there's a big chunk of the implementation tasks that are being handled by a committee of town department heads, and they are very committed to being aligned. At the time being, that's the direction.
Okay.
But this is belt and suspenders in my mind, if it's a good way.
I don't disagree
Very-
with the concept of belt and suspenders, but I would be disappointed if they had to go through time and expense.
I agree.
To then find that it was denied for some reason.
Yeah.
When ultimately, we can all agree that it's a sensitive place that needs to be protected, and we should just want to do that.
I actually foresee that the RTM could have the greatest questions, but one of the easiest things to do is to reach out to all the districts or the RTM committees and begin to work the issue. We learned that it may be an exhausting process, but at least you get everything out on the table before you've spent any money. And
Sure.
well, we had spent a lot of money because we had made these books, but you got to get out there and see what the issues are. And that's why they've got to find out where the controversial areas are within the RTM. The man who didn't want his private property rights invaded last night is going to not want anything beyond the scenic road and the right-of-way, that goes to the right-of-way. So they're safest with that. That's my take.
Yep.
But we got the alignment point, but I think it's safer to have them take the other route, and then we have this task force, what do you call your implementation folks, Katie?
The Department Head Coalition.
Something like that. We have names for things now. But that's the idea, is to get everybody aligned, to get everybody in town on the same page. It's a forever effort in every organization in the world.
Understood. Change is hard.
And alignment is
And
difficult.
alignment, I did that
Always.
for a living. I recognize that it's hard.
Alignment
but-
is hard,
But I'm trying to save them
And corralling
money.
those RTM folks,
Yes.
there's
We have a very
230 bright individual minds.
We have a
and-
very interesting town government. Yes,
Yeah.
we do. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. But you do support this application, was what you were saying? Yes. Okay, just,
I do, and the Riverside Association does as well.
great. Thank you very much, Ms. Peltunas. Is there any other public comment? Okay, so guinea pig over?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you, everybody. And for our next application, it's Israel Englander at 25 Pear Lane for a final coastal site plan. Wait a second, we did them combined?
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. DeAndrea, would you be all right with combining these two applications and then getting two separate
Absolutely.
decisions at the time that decisions are made? Okay. So it's also number 3, 6 Smith Road, nominee Real Estate Trust for a final coastal site plan at that address.
All set? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
First off, I want to apologize for missing the last two meetings on October 15th and November 14th.
Yes, we had-
Significant family obligations and a change of schedule by the commission to a Thursday night meeting just messed up
Yes.
my schedule from long-term planning.
messed up ours too.
I know you probably missed me, but Melissa Klallberg and Rich Regan from my office, I think, did a good job introducing the project, but I think they missed the point in a couple of areas, and I hope to convince you as we move on that those things should be reconsidered. The applications were initially submitted in September, on September 9th, in fact. They were initially submitted along with a revision of lot lines application, which by our process requires us to file for a subdivision. In addition, those two lots that we proposed for number 25 Pear Lane and number 6 Smith Road were for site plans. They are in the coastal zone. They are nowhere near the coastal boundary. I think that for the purpose of tonight's meeting, we'll refer to both applications as Mr. Englander. Mr. Englander had previously developed 48 Pear Lane. That was directly on Long Island Sound. It was a coastal application. It was a home. He resides there. Subsequent to that, he also developed number 27 Smith Road. It's on the corner of Smith Road and Pear Lane, directly opposite these two lots, on the corner of Smith and Pear. He recently purchased number 6 Smith Road. That was done in July of 2019, and previously, he purchased number 25 Pear Lane in 1996. He is clearly not a developer, a speculative builder. He has developed these proposals for his family. Number 27 is occupied by family members. These two homes that we're proposing will also be occupied by family members. Now, the commission did approve the revision of lot lines, which now makes our lots conforming. That application, as you may recall, transferred 8,272 square feet from lot number 6 to lot number, from lot number 1 to lot number, no, I got myself confused. We conveyed land from lot number 6 to lot number 25, or now known as 1R, to provide for compliance of zoning area. Previously, the tail, if you will, on the westerly side of what's known as 25 Pear Lane did not have the proper width. It was 32.76 feet wide. In order to comply with our zoning regulations, it must be 50. We've now made that width 52 feet, so that 52.28 feet, so that's totally compliant with our zoning regulations, which require the width of any strip or piece of land to be equal to at least twice the minimum side yard dimension. So that was the primary reason for that. It also provided width of both lots to be equal, more or less equal, so that we could build the same house. I know that in the opinion of some, particularly our conservation staff person, that seems to be unusual, and I understand in prior meetings, the commission questioned as to why that could possibly be done. Well, these homes were designed specifically for this property and for this owner, Mr. Englander. They are the same. They will be set at the same elevation for first floor. They are designed to face the living area toward Long Island Sound. For any of you who visited the site, you would recognize that that was an appropriate design concept. The site off into the harbor is very attractive and certainly be something that you would want to enjoy. The driveway for number 6 Smith Road will be relocated slightly to the south to give her a better approach into the property. The slope of the driveway will be approximately the same. It will be into a cut similar to what it is now, so that it does not have a prominent appearance on the property. Each of the driveways will service the western side of the homes so as not to detract from the view toward the water. The landscape plan for both of the lots, which we have submitted and is in a position of change right now because we've made some modifications to accommodate some of the comments from the commission. But that was designed by Madison Cox, they're a world-renowned firm. They certainly have talented people, and they put a lot of thought into how they wanted this to design. Our job after that, working with them on zoning compliance elements, was to make the engineering aspects comply with our drainage manual and sound engineering principles. So if you look at the way the site was designed, and I'm trying to dispel the idea that it is unusual or that it's a significant disruption to the topography. One thing that we could do on this podium is have a little bit bigger lip for the paper. It's not quite enough over there.
Mr. DeAndrea, if you would like to donate a podium to the town,
I'll just give you a piece
I
of...
was noticing at the RTM last night that the podium that they use is ghastly, and it's chipped and cracking, so if you gave us a new one, we could give the RTM this one.
All I want to do is give you a 2-foot piece of parting strip, and it'll help.
Okay. The engineer's solution with duct tape?
And the other thing is, what we're going to do about carrying this microphone around. I remember I told you, or suggested once, we just have one hanging. That might do it. But anyway, if I can project, the elevation of the property on the western side of both homes is about 75. The property drops off in both lots to the east down to about elevation 60, so they're fairly symmetrical in topography. The proposal is to set the elevation of the first floor of both homes at 77.6. Building code, as we know, requires basically to lift the home about 20 inches above the ground to accommodate our separation of wood materials from the soil. That's a standard, but they set the elevation at 77.6. It works very well with the existing grades. Similarly, as the ground drops off to the east, they wanted to have the pools at the same elevation, which they've accomplished. And if you notice that the contour running through each of the pool sites is basically elevation 70s. So because of the sloping topography, you basically wedge it into the side of the hill. You have it equal on one side, and you have to fill a little on the other. The commission made it seem that we were obligated to reduce the sizes of the pools and the surrounding terraces. In fact, there was discussion that suggested that it was not appropriate to have grass around the pool, creating a flat area for enjoyment of
No,
that.
actually, Mr. DeAndrea, you're sort of compressing what happened. Those were comments from the ZEO that we were
No, that's not true.
responding. And the ZEO then asked if when you changed it to grass, whether that was satisfactory to us in terms of the setbacks, because, so that was the dialogue. It wasn't that it wasn't an assumption that the condition made, but it was response to the comments of the CEO.
Okay.
Just clarifying
So
that.
to-
So let's move on from that.
No, what question, clarification. Are you suggesting that the individual is not permitted to grade around a structure?
No, the problem was that you didn't meet setbacks, as I remember, with the pool patios. Is that
No,
correct,
that's not-
Mr.?
It's not
I
correct.
think to be more specific, I think the issue was that there was incongruence between the plans. We had one plan that called out that area to be lawn, and another one with a call out for a patio surface.
Right.
And the patio can't be in a front yard.
Correct.
And that was the issue that I believe the CEO was pointing out, is that, what is it? Is it lawn or is it patio? You have gone the other way and just removed both the under drain and the pavement. So
I
while we're-
believe there was a setback issue originally as well from the
Well,
CEO
no,
in the
you're
very
right, Madam
first.
Chair. The CEO pointed out that you can't have a patio. A patio needs to meet
Intruding into the front yard setback. That was
Okay,
it.
That's a key
So,
point.
okay.
It's a very
So,
key point.
Speaking of that, before you get to your key point, could you cut to the chase?
I want to cut to the chase very specifically.
No, let me ask you this question. So what we really got hung up on was, we kept hearing from conservation that there was so much cut and fill. And you've revised this a lot, so
Yes.
there's less cut and fill. Could you talk to us a little bit
Yes.
about that?
And I submitted a letter to Mr. Patlareau last Friday in response to that inquiry.
I don't remember seeing it, I'm sorry.
We also provided 12 copies of it.
I'm sorry, my bad, I must have missed it.
it came in the packages.
In the drawings.
Okay, all right, so I apologize, because
So-
yesterday we were asking about how much the volume had changed in the fill.
Right.
Go ahead, Mr.
Okay,
DeAndrea.
so as currently presented before you, and under somewhat of duress, if I may, we have shown how by reducing the size of the hardscape patio around the pools, we've actually reduced impervious area by about 4,900 square feet.
Great, and that's for
What we want
each,
to do, however, is reclaim the area around the pool. I don't believe that the commission has the right or the purview to control how we develop our properties, as long as we comply
Right.
with the applicable zoning criteria. We've already met the criteria for the subdivision aspects because you've approved that lot. But going forward, while we've demonstrated that we could reduce the size of the grading of the patio around the pools, we don't want to lose the ability to have surfaces on the east side of the pool. Recognizing, of course, that the sun basically sets in the west, we're also looking toward enjoying the view toward the sound. So we should be approved tonight without conditions on the size of the pool or the pool patio. It would be a terrible precedent for this commission to get involved in those kinds of aesthetic elements. As long as we comply with our regulations of zoning compliance, area, lot shape, and frontage for lots, setbacks, green area, building height, total floor area, all of those have been approved by ZEO. We addressed his concern about the about the height of walls internally. We regraded that area, so I'm not concerned about the loss of fill around the east side of the buildings, which we accomplished very nicely. And in fact, it ended up allowing us to eliminate one of the landscape architect's walls. So I think that was an improvement. But I am very concerned about the
Can I ask you-
suggestion that we cannot have fill to create a platform around the east side of the pools.
Can I ask you a funny question, Nick?
Yes.
It sounds like you're quite pleased with how this plan has evolved with your work.
Except,
But why would it, before you go to the accept, why would it not, now you're pleased with how it is in terms of what it does, you've been able to eliminate a wall, you've reduced some of the fill. What were the reasons for not doing it that way to begin with?
I don't want it to be a condition of this approval.
No, wait, but that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you something else. So now you're pleased with how
Okay.
it's gone. There's less grading, there's less fill, and you think it works pretty well, and you're happy with the work. What are the reasons
I'll
that
tell
it
you.
wasn't presented that way originally? That's what
Right.
I'm wondering.
That's what I say, I would have been able to explain that in the last hearings, unfortunately, I was only.
Yes, we did ask
What-
but he just wasn't you. So tell us.
Okay, so what
your
the
reasons
landscape
were.
architects had proposed to do in recognition of the slope, which, as I pointed out, drops 16 feet across the
Yeah.
buildable area. So architecturally, what they wanted to do was soften the view of the home by lifting the ground around it, creating the shoulders of that so that we don't have the separation. Now, if you look closely at this plan, by eliminating some of the fill on the eastern side,
Okay.
we have created a reveal of the wall
Gotcha.
from the terrace, if you will, around the building.
Got
plinth.
it. Okay.
So that's not ideal.
So the homeowner is looking for that, the initial plan was the homeowner's idea. You were following what the homeowner was suggesting, even though in a lot of ways you're very satisfied with how this has come out.
I'm okay with the grading
Okay.
around the building, on the
Okay.
east side of the building. I'm not at all comfortable, or okay, if you will, with the grading that's been suggested as necessary by this commission or its agent, particularly what we've been given as feedback. So I wanted to make the point that we should be able to present a plan to staff for sign-off with the understanding by the commission that as long as we are compliant with our setbacks, site coverage, green area, building height, all those elements of zoning compliance are our prerogative as long as we comply. We also have to comply with the drainage manual. We've already satisfied the interpretation by the ZEO. If we have grading, grass around the pool, as long as we meet the setbacks, which we've developed and conferred and concurred with Jody on, we should be able to do what we want and not have to eliminate the grading on the east side. And I would point out again that while we have demonstrated the feasibility of doing so, it's not ideal because it would create a drop on the east side of the pool. So if you want to get into site plan elements, which I don't fully believe are your purview, then this creates a problem. So all I'm asking for as conditions of approval tonight, that you recognize that we only have to satisfy zoning compliance, that we are allowed to use fill to soften the elevation on the east side of those patios and pools.
But you are,
And
the message has really, I think, got a little twisted along the way.
I hope so.
Because what we have been saying and what conservation was saying is we are beginning to look more and more to less site disturbance. Now, actually, a million years ago, when I was a baby commissioner, you discussed this in this room with me one day about how it was so important to consider less site disturbance and that we often ended up disturbing sites too much.
Only
We're
for drainage.
We're now, but it works for everything.
may.
And so we're now beginning to address that. I think we're going to have to address it through regulations eventually, but we're beginning to explore just what people could do given the option and the request. So what we were asking Mr. Reagan is, could you do this with less disturbance? Does it work? We're hearing there's too much site disturbance, there's too much cut and fill. Is there a way to approach this?
Okay, so
And then, of course, we had the ZEO comments. Those were the messages that went out from us every time we discussed this application. We would like to see less site disturbance.
So interestingly enough, the site disturbance is no less on this modified grading plan than
Mr.
it would
Phil.
be. And the reason being is we have to accommodate the slope that's on the property. So even if we regrade to plant grass or plant bushes or plant a landscape area, we're disturbing something. So disturbance is a tough word in our.
But you're
in our-
using less fill, and then it comes back to the conservation issue of fill isn't as good as the native soil. So you've accomplished something.
As long as we maintain the native soil underneath to accommodate our drainage design, which was also very.
And the little
critical.
plants growing.
A little bit what?
And the little plants growing.
And the little
Now,
plants
so the
growing, yes.
native soil should also be on the top. That was one of her points. Okay,
Yes.
so that was the message from us, and if it got that we were going to start imposing conditions that were not in the zoning regulations, we're not going to do that. But the request was to find ways to do less cut and fill, less disturbance, more consistency with existing topography.
Agreed.
And that, okay. All right,
other
does
thing.
anybody have any other comments?
I do.
Nicholas?
Margarita?
Yeah.
My understanding was that there was an issue having to do with the area just surrounding the pool.
Yes, front yard setback, because you can't, it didn't meet
And
the
if
front
we
yard
could
setback.
reduce that
was
the
the issue.
requirement to be
Right.
flat, then that in turn
Talked about that.
reduce the amount of cut and disturbance to the area. Am I wrong about that?
Kind of, because the ZEO's issue was that where the pool patio was, it intruded into the front yard setback. The other issue came from conservation, which is how much site disturbance and how much cut and fill there was. So there were two issues, which is what we've just been talking about.
Right.
Anybody else? I mean,
Mr. DeAndrea, the actual soils that are going to be used on the site, are they coming from the excavation to be reused, or are you going to actually be bringing in more to use? I mean, how
No,
much?
they're basically coming from site. We showed, don't have it handy right now, and unfortunately, I will look for it if you want me to. We're going to excavate a foundation, and we're going to use that material to grade around the pool, to create that, it's a prism, as you know.
Yeah.
Touching the grade on the west side and falling off on the east side. We want to be able to create a flat area around the pool for recreation and enjoyment. But the answer to your question is that we're going to use the material that comes off the out of the excavation on site, and I don't expect that we have a big import on this at all. We're cutting the driveway, we're excavating the two foundation plinths, and we're excavating for the pool, so we're maintaining all of our soils on the site.
So the amount of soils being brought in actually is going to be negligible.
Zero to negligible. It's not,
Okay.
it's not anticipated that we have any import.
Sewers had mentioned something about a cross easement to run the.
We've already identified the easements, and Melissa Clawberg has prepared those documents. We had two interesting situations here. One is that a portion of the driveway serving 2R, or the lot 6, number 6, will cross over the southern lot, number 25, known as Lot 1R. So we created a driveway and sewer easement. The sewer easement was in recognition of the fact that when we were testing the existing sewer lateral serving the homes, we found out that homes to the west were also served through a private sewer line. So what we've done is create a sewer easement now, documented, so it's coincident with the driveway easement. So it's very simple. And you'll see that it extends from Smith Road all the way to the western boundary of the property. The easement's about 22 feet wide. It basically goes from the original lot line to the proposed lot line on number 6. So a real clean computation there.
And what we're seeing now, actually, and I don't remember, that was actually included on the original subdivision as well?
Yes, it was there, yes. In
Okay, so
fact,
we're
this is
really,
the-
in a
this is
sense,
the
that's
map.
been, we've dispensed with the easement issue.
Yes.
As you're done.
The documents are in final review by Law Department and Sewer Department. Sewer Department typically takes a little longer, but we've got it in there. They've been written and submitted by Melissa several weeks ago. So I think the summation of this is that we have reduced the amount of fill on the eastern side of the home to satisfy the ZEO's interpretation of a grade plane wall. And what was key about that was that while we were adding some fill to the northeast, in this case, northeast corner of Lot 6, everywhere else we were keeping it within the parameters. So the northeast corner threw it off, and we had to revise. So what we did was we just reduced the elevation on the eastern side. We kept the pool elevations the same, but in, I hope, misguided interpretation of what was being told, we had to drop the elevation on the east side of the pool. I think it's a safety hazard, and it limits the amount of usable, enjoyable space that we can have on the pool. And I don't think it was the intent of the commission to try to set precedent on what your purview is, such as what materials we can use, what color we can have, what style of architecture. I don't think that's what you intended to do. Therefore, I would close and ask you to approve the two site plans as presented, with the understanding that we're going to modify the areas around the pool to provide some fill on the eastern side to eliminate the drop from the pool down to the proposed grade for safety and aesthetics. I also want to leave you with the image that when you sit or stand on Smith Road, and you probably won't because it's a private road and it dead ends on the southerly side, if you were to come by, you would not notice this property or any of the structures because the ground rises in your view line and you don't see any of the structures because they are going to be at grade. So that's I think the critical image I would like to have. Allow us to comply with Jody's interpretation of zoning, allow us to fill, not restrict the filling on the east side of the pool, and implement our landscape plan, which of course will be amended and modified for the staff to accept once we finalize the design.
Did he take the kitchen thing out?
No, actually, that would be-
The kitchen comment.
I've talked to the architect, it's off the plans, it's,
Okay.
you know.
All right, one day maybe you'll get to have kitchens.
This particular architect designer comes from, France, and every once in a while the local architect misses the basement, but
Okay, so now, commissioners, any comments from anybody else on the commission?
I just want to clarify something, the landscaping. It looks to me as though the east side of the pool has a very gentle slope down to the road.
under existing conditions proposed, and what are we looking at? I'm
I'm
sorry.
looking at this new drawing.
Yeah.
That we just got,
The grade plane plan or the,
5 development plan,
need them. There's nothing here
stamped.
the latest development plan is December 6th.
We don't need
Is
deep
it
on this,
December
right?
6th?
It's labeled December 4th in the signature block, but
It's an
I don't see the
inadvertently
date on it.
December 6th on the
Can't read.
revision block.
Well, anyway, so it shows here that it's really quite a gentle slope, at least on Pear Lane, going from the
Is the tree thing
easternmost side of the pool down to the road. So that elevation, it goes from,
we say that
66.
they have changed it.
all the way down, and so, but it's very gentle. It's not very,
We would agree with you there. That's the idea, is that the slope is gentle, and we wanted to replicate that kind of a gentle slope, but it would just be a little higher than existing grade.
Right.
And what that would have done was blend in around the rain garden, which is a necessity based on our drainage manual. We can't make the water go uphill, so we have to contain it and treat it downhill. So it worked out well in that regard. But Mr. Levy, what I'm trying to point out now under the plan that you're looking at dated December 6th, there's a drop to the east side of the pool. That's dangerous and inappropriate, and it was based on demonstrating the impracticality of eliminating all of the fill. So we'd like to be able to do what's appropriate for safety and aesthetics on the site.
So you would create some kind of lane on the east side that's the same elevation, bumping out the
Yes,
pool
we
deck
want to
a
be
little
able to
bit.
grade out past the pool, and it would be either lawn or hard surface, as long as we meet the front yard setback as defined by ZEO.
Right. Well, these are exceedingly more readable drawings than we presented with last
Yes.
time, so I appreciate that.
The other plans had a much larger patio around the south and north side of each of the pools. It may have been too much. They are reconsidering it. However, we'd like to be able to have that option. If it wasn't explained appropriately, that patio was going to be checkerboarded with grass and pavers, so that it was functional but attractive in their mind. That's what they wanted.
And
We'd
so-
like to be able to do that.
Is that basically reverting back to the original plan just in that area? Is it, what do you really, because you're asking the commission to approve this, subject to staff reviewing a change just in that area.
Yeah, I want to be able to fill on the eastern side of the pools to soften the grade down to the rain gardens, and I don't want it to be considered that by filling basically level with the pool, that somehow is a violation of zoning, as long as the ZEO agrees it is not.
No, what we're saying to you is just that we're really working on asking people
To minimize to all great extent, and we did.
and to be consistent with existing topography to the extent possible.
Correct, I agree.
And especially when we start dealing with special permits, I think you're going to be hearing that more and more.
So, but the question still remains, what you potentially will be asking staff to look at then, will that be what you've shown on a previous plan, generally speaking?
Going back a couple of versions, yes.
Okay.
Yes,
So just so we're all clear,
yes.
that they want to,
We
they're
want to be
asking.
able to have some
Why don't you
patio on
keep-
the eastern side of the pool.
But you already made these nice drawings, why don't you just keep what you got?
Excuse me?
Why not just keep it the way you have it?
It's not safe, it's not appropriate, and it needs to have some
So-
material on the east side. That's
So
all.
that it's not such a cliff.
I don't want to drop off. It just doesn't
Okay.
make sense.
I also
But-
wanted to get to
Okay.
this, one of the things that, at least in plan, creates the feeling that this pool deck is jutting out is that you have kind of an angular terracing around the pool, at least on the north property. So
Well, right
that
now,
could-
they're all,
That could be much more gentle, and would not necessarily, you make it look like a deck, some kind of platform above, but if you ease those contours, it would just look like a feature of the landscape. So I think that would be.
and you're talking about on the north side.
Yes, on the north side.
The north side could be changed by adding another wall, but we're trying not to have the wall. They wanted to have like this
We
amphitheater
don't want
kind
to
of
have the
effect.
walls.
Okay.
I think
But I was just
just
this
right
is,
there, but I think actually what it is that the grade starts right there and starts to slope down immediately. Almost to the effect, actually, if you were saying that this was like an infinity pool.
yeah.
But it's not. It actually, the grade right comes right up to the coping. So what he's trying to do is actually try to soften this because, from there to there, it's gonna go down, 5 feet immediately. And that's kind of that's the dangerous situation. So he's trying to kind of soften this out. I think we can probably
that's-
look at saying, yes, we can do that.
Absolutely. But I was just making the
At both-
point
on
that
both sides.
you're creating basically a right angle with your terracing around the pool that makes it look,
Yeah, right, in the southern corner.
that makes it look like a platform where it could look much more like a feature of the landscape.
We can make it more like a feature of the landscape if we don't have to have the retaining wall on the east side of the pool,
Yeah, it's-
which
Yeah.
was
Coming around.
an attempt to show you that it doesn't really make sense. Ironically, one of the things that we had on the original design was to be able to use the area under the pool patio and surround as a storage area and infiltration area. When it was suggested that we had to reduce that area, we no longer had the volume, hence we had to give you a rain garden. Rain garden results in more disruption because it has to be level. We'd like to be able to revert back to what we had with the understanding that we are not restricted on filling to the east side of the pool. It'll be much better for all of us. Then we're satisfying DPW on our drainage, which we had basically done, and we would be able to satisfy ZEO on the fact that it's not a patio. So those are our two criteria that we're going to meet, because we have no choice, but it gives us the flexibility of grading the property properly.
You can use both the under area of both decks for retention.
We have, yes, even now, we have some, but we could eliminate this rain garden if we don't have to limit our
That's
fill
giving you better
package.
grading.
Yes, sir, in my opinion, because then it would be soft down to the edge of the contour 60, and you wouldn't see it.
What about the other rain garden? Same thing?
The other rain garden was always in the plan, and it's more distance, so it's not so noticeable, and it fit in nicely at that elevation. So again, we'll have more of a slope from the pool, which would eliminate some of these severe contours down to the edge of the rain garden, which you won't see from lower level because you'll be looking over it up a soft slope to the edge of the platform around the east side of the pool.
Okay. You good? Any other comments from the commission? Any comments from the public? No. In that case, is everybody amenable to closing this item?
Yes.
Okay, then, so we'll close, and again,
Thank you.
if you will hold on this item, as the agenda indicates, you are seated now, Mr. McRae, because Mr. Lowe is seated for Mr. Fox.
I believe Mr. Lowe's still on.
Yeah, so no, Mr. Lowe is seated, I'm sorry, Goss is seated for Fox. I'm not really. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
All right, so Mr. McRae is going to be seated for you? So he's going to make the resolution? Yeah. Okay. Anybody, and then Goss is seated for Fox, Hardman is seated, and so we've closed this item, and it'll take two resolutions, Mr. McRae, if you would do them separately?
Okay, starting with application PLPZ 2019-0395 for final coastal site plan at 25 Pear Lane. So move to approve said application, understanding that the ZEO in a memo dated 12/3/19 endorsed the plan, subject to staff lounge be limited to a wet bar. Engineering has endorsed the plan and is for resubmittal prior to permit on a memo dated 11/22/19. Sewer Department has endorsed the plan on a memo dated 10/5/19. It's understood that cross easements have been submitted as part of the original subdivision plan. That would be include sewer and driveway in the easements. Conservation notes have been addressed with the regrading of the property. A better landscape plan which has been submitted to address tree removal and tree restoration. And I think with this, the applicant will return for permit with revised grading that may restore more water storage under the pool deck, provide a better slope from the edge of the pool down to the
Less steep?
less steep, okay. Safer grading at the edge of the pool and more naturalistic into the landscape. And I think if anything else, any other staff or department issues that need to be addressed.
Do I have a second?
Mr. McRae, could I just get a
sorry.
clarification? I believe I heard you say landscaping plan to be improved, is that?
Has been.
Has been.
Has been. Oh,
Yes.
thank you very much.
Yeah,
I heard you,
that's good.
and you had your mic on.
Yes, I did.
I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I believe Levy seconded. Levy seconded. Our next application is, is number 6 for 6 Smith Road. No, number 3 for 6 Smith Road. Go ahead. I covered.
Application PLPZ 2019-0396 for a final coastal site plan at 6 Smith Road. Note to staff, it's everything I said above, but just to go through it quickly, CEO endorsed
Well,
the
you have the
plan.
one difference with the rain garden, right? Between the two applications.
One will be attempted to be admitted, and one will actually remain.
Right.
The one that would remain would be on 25 on 6 Smith, and the one to be removed is on 25 Pear, just to clarify that. The CEO, in a memo dated 12/3/19, endorsed the plan with the, subject to the staff lounge to be limited to a wet bar. Engineering, with a memo dated 11/22/19, endorsed the plan and indicated a resubmittal prior to zoning permit. Sewer Department, on a memo dated 10/5/19, endorsed the plan, understanding that as part of the subdivision, cross easements for the driveway and sewer lines were provided. Conservation, in their memo, they requested that the the grading be, severe grading be addressed. We believe it has.
And the cut and the fill level
Fill number
reduced,
figures have been
revised,
revised
and
and
fill levels
provided.
have been reduced.
The applicant is actually will explore, and when they return with more storage under the pool deck, and adjustments to the rain gardens. And it's noted that the landscape plan provided actually addresses the tree removal and tree replacement for the site, and any other staff or department issues that need to be addressed prior to permit.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now I can say that. Our next application is number 5, 32 Bruce Park Drive LLC and 38 Bruce Park Drive LLC for final coastal subdivision at these addresses. If this application, if you aren't ready to close this application, we will need an extension. I know there's an attorney behind the easel. Ah, not an attorney, Mr. Brower.
Oh, but you just accused him of being an
No, I
attorney?
know. They sent the tree plan for that last application and during the day, right? And we
Yeah.
were- Yeah. We got it during the day today, right? I'm blanking. Or did we get it yesterday?
No, we got it today.
Mr. Brower?
Good evening. Eric Brower here tonight on behalf of the owners of the two tracks that are involved in the applications. We actually, just by way of introduction, have three separate aspects to the application. So the first is a lot line revision application. The second application is a two-lot subdivision application. And then finally, which we have yet to submit, will be individual coastal site plan applications for each one of the three tracts. So tonight, we'll be focusing on the first and second applications. So I handed into a packet, help us. We'll walk through it, give you an overview of the project location. It's in Bruce Park, bordered on the south side by Bruce Park. Wonderful place, as the chairwoman noted in the discussion item we started with. Very heavily forested area with a lot of mature trees. You can see our tracks here are numbers 32 and 38 highlighted in green. We're just at the edge of the coastal area management overlay zone, which is 1,000 feet from the high water line. So we do have to submit coastal component applications for all three of our applications. The second sheet is a portion of the town GIS topographic map, enlarged a little to show you the two lots that we're talking about. The two lots are developed currently with single-family residences. And you can see the topography on the property, which rises up from the street at elevation 28 to approximately 46 at the back. And we'll keep this in mind as we get to some of the site development comments where there was an incorrect observation of there being site disturbances and cuts of 20 feet in order to accommodate the development. As you see, that's simply not true, and the excavation that's going to take place for two of the three houses actually will take place within existing foundation basement locations. So we are working with the topography. That'll be borne out. And the site development plans. Sheet number 3 is a panorama of the view looking north at the two existing dwellings on the subject properties. And sheet 4 is the application sheet for lot line revision. And essentially what's happening here is the lot 32 is going to get increased in size by about 18,000 square feet, and lot 38 existing will be reduced by about 18,000 square feet. So there's no creation of an additional lot. There exist two lots following a lot line revision. There will be two lots. It's interesting just to point out at this stage here, when we are looking at the property, it has a combined area of 80,412 square feet, and the R12 zone would permit, after deducting 15%, 5.7 or 5 lots, whereas the total project is to go from 2 existing lots and homes to 1 additional. So that, I think, just helps for reference. So the test for if something is a re-subdivision is whether or not the tract that's being revised as to the common property line was part of any previous subdivision or re-subdivision approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission. We did the deed research, map search, and the staff confirmed that there's no record of prior subdivisions or re-subdivisions for this property, in which case the adjustment of the common property line would be considered a lot line revision. So I'll just stop at this point if there's any questions on that aspect.
Mr. Brower, while you take a breath, these exhibits that you provided the commission,
Yes.
is this for both applications on the agenda, or?
Yes.
They are?
Yeah. Well, you can stop at this page if you want and just say,
Should we have combined them then to make it easier?
I just want to be clear that the right information gets in the right files going forward, so
So is it easier if we combine it and then we can combine the record?
Let's,
I'll submit a duplicate set for the next
I
hearing,
was
just
going
so
to say,
there's
we
no.
can put, yeah, we can put
Okay.
one in
All right.
each one.
as it is, I think actually we've got subdivision, and then we have 2 coastal site plans.
Following the lot line revision.
That's what I meant. Okay. But the proposals for the 2 coastals are similar.
Well, there'll be, I'm sorry, so there's
They're
a
admin.
2-lot subdivision, and you've yet to see an application for 3 individual coastal area management site plans.
Right.
So we do lot line revision, and we have a 2-lot subdivision that shows the 2 lots. Parcel A is included for reference. but that would be the next application, is the two-lot subdivision.
So it goes lot line revision, then
Then
the sub,
subdivision.
and the sub has the open space. Then it comes for a site plan, for the site plans.
Later, much later. Not now.
Yep,
Okay.
and that was a topic actually you raised yesterday that was on your mind.
But that's okay. Yes.
Okay.
Please continue.
Okay, no, that's it. All right, go ahead.
All right, so we're good on the lot line revision portion of the application? All right, so then we'll go to the subdivision application, which includes parcels 1 and 2, which are shown on sheet 5. This map has been highlighted to include the sightline easement that was requested by Department of Public Works. Remember, at the last meeting, we postponed this because the DPW had yet to be convinced, or we hadn't demonstrated to them that we could meet the site distance requirements, which we have. This is the corresponding area that will have limitations on any sizable bushes and prohibition on structures, so that those sight lines remain unobstructed. It also carries over, as you'll see on sheet 6, DPW wanted a map that incorporated all of the properties for the purpose of the sightline restriction, and that would be referenced on the subdivision map as well. So we went through quite a few revisions between the plan as it was written up for you the last meeting, so that we could meet with conservation staff and go over and address as many of Alex's concerns as we could. We'll get into that shortly, but at least on this page, what we can indicate is that there was concern about, in addition to the trees that we protected up at the back on the knoll, that that line might come forward and include other of the mature trees in that area. And so we did include a 30-foot strip that comes into and across the back of the properties, which takes it, the open space preservation from 15 to 19.6% in area. So satisfied certainly that comment of hers. We just talked about the other lot, parcel A, which will have the site distance. I think you had this before, handed out. I think it went to all of you, so this is a repeat. It's the summary of my email to Alex on sheet 7, and then 8 and 9 are the original and then revised site development plans that we prepared in response to her concerns. So where we started was with a lesser number of trees being protected. We've adjusted the grading, as you see, which is highlighted in yellow on sheet 8, to preserve all these trees that you see in green, which are mature trees, which is really almost half the site is being developed, so that the forest that sits back there is being preserved. We do note that 2 neighbors on number 2 and number 3, Kinsman Lane, did write letters indicating their concern about the potential hazard of some of these large existing trees that might fall on their properties. We understand the concern. The existing house at 38 had its roof smashed in by a giant oak that fell during, I don't think it was Sandy, but I think it was a subsequent major windstorm. So we had our arborist, who was brought on from the start to make sure we were working properly with these trees, and Carolyn Matthews is here tonight if there's questions. But I've spoken with Jacqueline Pruitt and Alex Marks about the idea of meeting with the property owners and those 2 staff folks in the field, confirm which ones are potentially hazardous, and if they are, then we will agree to remove them. So we want to keep as many of them we can, but clearly there are a lot of them that are dead, and they're...
Just to be clear, the neighbor's concern was not removal of trees excuse me, keeping trees. It was actually removal of unsafe trees.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Nick had a tough time with that one.
I still do.
Well, if you walk the property.
So, I mean, I did too, but I had already heard it from people very recently. Yeah. Go
Okay.
ahead.
And as you said, that actually, you're open to actually meeting on site with the arborist and neighbors, so on and so forth,
Yes.
to discuss which trees.
Yep, our arborist, staff, conservation staff, and the owners, if they want to be present, we'll tag the ones. Once you're on notice by a neighbor that you have a hazardous tree, it's on us to fix it. So we certainly will do that.
Great.
And then also, just to digress briefly, we did also receive a letter from, in your file, from the Lot 1 owner, Mr. Stacy, who was concerned about the impact of our property, our development on his septic system and how our drainage would impact that. Charlie Mills, our engineer, who's designed all the drainage, has looked at that. He's here if you want to ask him questions, but the short answer was, when he first met with Scott Marucci, the runoff to the three people who were immediately downhill was the primary concern of engineering and how to deal with it. Currently, it all flows from approximately half the site directly onto these properties. There's no controls or abatement or infiltration, so it's definitely a flashy condition with a lot of runoff, even though it's wooded. So the design of the grading and the drainage system will have a significant net reduction on the amount of water that's actually running onto those three properties. Alexander Mock had made some comments about where the discharge points were for level spreaders. We revisited them. Scott Marucci did not have an issue with the drainage design as it was approved. But as we developed the coastal site plan for Lot 1, we absolutely would incorporate the details of the drainage to make sure.
You know what? You're getting so back and forth with, you're showing us the three lots right now. You're going so back and forth that I think it would be better if we combine the record for the two applications right now, because we're going to have to, it's pointless for us to have this discussion all over again.
No, I thought we agreed to do that.
Yeah, no, we didn't. You said you would make a copy of everything, and we said, oh, okay. But let's just combine it.
That's fine.
Yeah, let's just say it's combined, and we'll combine the record, because it's too mixed up right now. Okay, and then we'll just break it out later.
Mr. Brown, real quick, while you're talking about drainage, you're, from the handout tonight, page number 5, let's talk about a drainage easement.
Yes.
Okay. Looking at the site development plan and everything that's actually gone into that, what does the drainage easement provide?
Well, with our original design, we had the drainage from Lot 2 is running over Lot 1 to a level spreader. So Scott Marucci required us to provide a easement that would protect Lot 2's rights to drain it. So this map, the subdivision map, shows the areas that would have drainage improvements in favor of Lot 2 on Lot 1.
So that's actually, that kind of, I guess it's a hook shape?
Yes.
Yes. To the benefit of Lot 2.
And that final location of where the discharge is for the drainage is, again, subject to the final CAM. We had it approved in an area that was further away from Mr. Stacy's property. Alex felt it was better away from the road, so we showed her a design, which is in your package here on sheet 8, that shows we had moved it around the corner so that it would be further back from the road. So obviously, the final design for that is going to take into account Mr. Stacy's septic system and his drainage system, as well as the road with any potential icing problem.
Okay. And the 3 septic systems are in the backyard of each?
Yes. Yeah, the only place actually with suitable soils was up. Up behind.
It'll be higher. Actually, you're pumping up to?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Do you have a question?
Yeah, I may have missed something, so I
So
Together. Are you talking about the easements still?
No, I just want to ask about
Deeded-
the
There's a fence. The
arborist.
neighbors did mention that they would like a fence, but we don't, just to keep that in the back of your mind.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
The neighbors said they would, in one of the letters commented that they would like a fence.
Oh, yes, and I spoke with the owners about that. And as we're
this isn't
finalizing
the
our
site
coastal
plan.
site plan application, we'll
Yeah.
be happy to meet with Mr.
Yeah,
Stacy.
we're not at the site plan yet, so let's,
Okay,
I think
but it
that's
will
right.
be addressed fence or screening as what,
I know, the commission kind of wished we could all come together. That was Nick's comment yesterday, because it's weird looking at part of it and not the whole thing. Mr. Levy?
I want to get back to the arborist. So you're going to talk to an arborist about the condition?
no, we actually have, with our original application, submitted an assessment of the 93 trees that are on site.
But not all of them are in harm's way as far as,
Oh, no, no.
so
No, there's,
probably a very select few that are of concern to the neighbors, is that correct?
yes, we're talking about the area
Yeah.
immediately.
Are those trees that tall that they would actually,
They're very big, they're very mature,
Okay.
tall, 70 foot, 80
and
foot.
have you determined that they are in good shape?
Well, Carolyn Matthews has categorized them as being high, medium, or low risk, whether they're fair, poor, or good condition. And then from the age, you can tell, where they are. So it's really going to be, we would have our ideas of which we would cut down, and we'll have a
Well,
consensus.
Are there any that you're proposing to cut down?
At this point, along that line, no, right? Yes, why don't Carolyn come up?
I'm Carolyn Matthews. I'm an arborist with William Kinney Associates. So I looked at these trees from the viewpoint of the subject property. I did note while I was out there, there are 2 trees along this western edge that are in what I would consider poor condition. This very large tulip poplar, number 94, and then a sweet birch, number 47. I said are in poor condition, so I would suspect that those are the trees that the neighbors are talking about.
So both of those trees are soft wood, they're not considered hardwood, is that correct?
Yes.
So they are kind of more at risk from that point of view, correct?
Yes, and the tulip poplar itself is very old, very mature. It does have, I noted on my report, it has dying and decaying wood in it. I didn't weigh that against how far away it was from the property line. If there was something that was an extreme risk and that was an imminent failure, I would have pointed that out as an immediate hazard, but I haven't weighed that against the conditions of all neighbors.
And how about the thought of pruning as a way of forestalling the idea of having to remove any trees?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that would be an appropriate mitigation if that's what the tree looked like. It could be pruned and be retained at, fair or good health. If a tree is going to be pruned and remain at poor health, I generally recommend it's removed.
Okay, but did you make any specific recommendations? You named 2 trees that you felt.
did not.
Okay. That's
Because
what I wanted.
this was, for this purpose here, it's the town's property and it's the town's decision what level of risk they're comfortable with having on their property. So if the neighbors want to be involved, that's a different conversation.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
You're recommending the 5, right? I'm sorry, 3 to 4 red oaks.
Yes.
Okay. And was there a reason that you picked all one tree type,
We're looking to plant larger trees to
right?
have quicker
Fast-growing,
establishment.
60 to 75 feet, yeah, I saw that, and that they provided appropriate diversity for, but I have heard the Tree Conservancy comment that different trees is also good. Is that, you're the expert, so what's your thought on that?
So I suggested those trees, keeping in mind we were trying to plant larger trees than normal.
Okay.
So that's why I went with red oaks. I am certainly in support of a diversity of trees.
Okay, so why don't we just leave it up to you guys, and then when we see the site plan, we can talk about it some more, but we'll leave it to you guys to decide whether the trade-off between diversity and what these trees offer
Ma'am, I just want to pick your brain about tree types. What about hickory and American chestnut and other varieties of trees that, like even American elm?
Sure.
Are those a good idea to start seeding in town? To
In town in
rebuild?
general?
Yeah, to rebuild those populations which have been receding for many, many generations now.
Sure, so the American chestnut and the American elm both have their challenges. I don't think anyone can plant American chestnut right now. They're working on developing hybrids
Yeah, that's right,
that
you
are
said.
resistant.
He was.
Well, I
he
understand
just-
that they're in the Midwest, they have developed in Indiana a variety
I
that,
believe it's on a state-by-state case when they're reintroducing it. I'm not, off the top of my head, I'm
Okay.
not familiar with Connecticut's codes there. And the American elm also is very particular. I like the tree. I would want to have a better understanding of where you're looking to plant these trees before I make a recommendation on
Okay.
it. But certainly, I think American elm.
do you
what
know
was the
of
other one?
any-
Hickory, you mentioned.
oh, the hickory, well, there's hickory, which are well established here, but
And there's hickory on site. Those also have pretty large fruits. So if you're planting those on a street, they're going to drop fruits on cars and sidewalks and whatnot.
how wonderful that is that. Dirty trees are nice trees. But how about beech?
Beech is also very nice. Those can get quite substantial. They have a lot of root sensitivity issues. You might notice some of the larger beech trees around town are starting to look rather ratty. They have very sensitive roots and don't do well in moist areas. So that's my general statement on American beech.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so why don't we get Eric back and you guys ask your question?
What's that?
What? Okay, Mr. Brower, you have a question from the town planner and from Mr. Yeski.
No, I was just, how far in does the septic field go? This is downhill, not uphill, right?
Septic is up.
They're pumping up to the septic, they're
So
saying.
where is it? I thought the septic, oh, is the reserve is at the bottom of the properties? Or
No.
where is the septic?
Okay, so go to sheet 8, and yes, there's a lot between the drainage, the infiltrators, and the rain gardens. There's confusing features on here. The 3 septic systems are all
Here
located
you guys go.
uphill of the houses.
In pink, Nick's favorite color.
Pink.
It's black.
Wait. What do you mean?
But the drainage structures are actually on the street side.
Yes, those, what you see down in the front are the drainage, infiltrators, and rain gardens. The septic chamber, the tanks themselves are gravity from the house down to the septic tanks, and then they are pump systems back up to where there's actually very good soils for the septic systems, and we've actually regraded, as you can see in those highlighted areas, yellow 2. Both of those septic systems we were able to grade, which are immediately uphill, so as to preserve these trees that previously had been shown to be removed.
But it's confusing though, because if you look at page 2, and you look at the contours that you show on page 2, and then you look at the contours on page 8, you're bringing fill in then behind, I'm looking like at the middle lot.
We're adding downslope fill as required for the septic package.
And then how does that, isn't that going to mean that you have to remove those trees in order to get that in?
No, in other words, everything, the grading that you see on sheet 8 allows these systems to be built. The trees that Alex wanted us to be preserved
Or behind those,
are in the
okay.
yellow 2, actually between the house and the septic systems.
The yellow 2 meaning,
That's an area where we eliminated grading.
and that, so the 2 is representing an area, not 2 trees per se.
No, it's comment number 2 on the cover sheet.
Oh, no, comment number
So
2, gotcha, okay.
Every 1 through 8 on this memo correspond to the numbers on the color.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Color chart.
And then, so the septic system is uphill from the home?
Yes.
And then, that was the question, that you're pumping up to it
Yes.
then?
Yep.
And is that standard course,
Oh.
like in the health department, that's not an abnormal
They
thing?
approved it.
Half the systems in town are probably pump systems.
Okay.
So they
They
did-
approved the septic proposals
and
for
then-
all 3
Yeah, I'm
lots.
just kind of curious, do you need a generator for that, or is that just,
They will have generators.
okay. But I mean, is that a requirement of
put
the health
on-
department, or just the property
the,
owners doing it?
The systems,
Back,
the system works in such a way where actually from the house goes to a tank,
Oh, it's like in a holding pattern?
power's
Yeah.
out, tank fills up. If for some reason that power doesn't come back in, say, 4 or 5 days,
Right.
then the tank is filled, there's an alarm that'll go off to say it's filled and it gets pumped out.
Okay.
It goes from the septic tank
Trying to get somebody-
cleaned, then it goes to the pump chamber, which acts as a storage tank. And if that gets full, there's an alarm that goes off in the house, and you know you're not supposed to use water at that point. But these will have generators.
Thank you.
Is that why you didn't extend the easement, that this one septic would be interfered by the easement?
Where you,
Goofy cut on the easement, I was just wondering.
oh, no, so we had you're talking about the open space?
Well, open and the easement in front of it.
So we have the fee dedicated open space is the rear, and then at Alex's suggestion, as part of the subdivision review, requested that we incorporate a greater area of preservation of trees, which we did.
Why didn't you extend it over to the other lot?
That might come out as part of the coastal review, but this is the 2-lot subdivision again that we're looking
I
at.
don't understand, I was just curious. It's kind of goofy looking, that's all.
That's something we could look at.
technical term.
But it's saving trees, it's really,
Yeah, that's
Yes.
it.
that's the only thing, is just saving trees.
We kept backing into trying to save more trees. I was trying to understand the septic, and then I was looking at that, and it's like, the whole area there.
Well, this is probably the most tree-preserved,
Right.
developed piece of land that you're going to see.
And I acknowledge that, we were counting them up. That's why you start getting these questions like
Yep.
goofy size.
No, I think it would make sense. We'll look at incorporating a more regular line on parcel A. So the last thing I just wanted to comment on was, is there was so much information, and Alex had made so many comments, that I just wanted everybody to be clear with what the intent of what those changes were. For instance, she had talked about the wall that's on the lower edge of Lot 1, as it joins the number 2 and 3 here on Kinsman. That, again, was to reduce the existing slope and where the runoff is going down onto those lots. This allows us, with a 2.5 or so foot wall, to level it, to let us collect it and treat it, and then take it away from those people's properties with the water they're experiencing now.
That's in pink on drawing 8, note 3, I guess.
Let's see, that is, yeah, well, it's 5 and 5, I guess. What did you say here on the memo? No, pink is where we actually then changed the location of the retaining wall. It's terminus. So yes, that's part of the retaining wall. Alex was concerned as that wall came along and had a 90-degree return that we would be cutting into the root system of that tree. So we angled it so it's coming in radial to the trunk as opposed to across all the roots. But as Carolyn reminded me earlier tonight, that's the kind of detail that we're going to have to work out with Alex, because this same area is where the bamboo invasive grove is on ours in the adjoining property. So that shallow rooted tree, which is kind of hugging the rocks, is also where all the invasive bamboos are. So depending on how aggressive we get with removing the bamboo, we'll have to revisit the tree and the grave.
When you come back with a site plan, you're going to be able to address all that with us?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
So what our goal was, obviously, she had 2 pages of comments. We met with her, we made all of these revisions, and we admit there's still tweaking that can be done, but I think for the purposes of the 2-lot subdivision, we've demonstrated that these are feasible lots, they're viable, and we all had a heads up as to what we're going to be looking at when we submit our coastals to you.
Okay, now I think that at the end of the day, most of the conservation comments are addressed to the site plans. But there is, I can't find that DPW gave us a sign off on your sight line issue. I see it still as a comment. Did you get anything from them confirming?
Charlie
I don't
knows.
have it. Do you guys remember seeing it? I don't remember seeing it. So, and that would just be for the second application. Did we have them on the sight line? That was something, hold on a second. Did I miss it? I missed it. Okay, no problem. And so I'm on, because you,
So,
it must be completed prior to the signing of the subdivision map.
that's correct.
Okay, so they're okay with you going ahead, and then before you do the map?
It's some of the notes
Okay.
associated with it.
Okay. Well, if they have a problem with it, you're going to hear from them again, so.
Now, we had, some of the brush had grown back since we started this project, so when Juan Padres went out to confirm what we were representing, the brush wasn't letting him confirm that, so we actually had to go out and
Okay.
clear cut all the brush, so that's why he would not approve of the subdivision approval last meeting.
I just wanted to get into the weeds, and maybe it's not appropriate, but I wanted to ask you about this retaining wall, number 3.
Right.
Point that's skirting the roots of an existing tree. I was just curious if there's any rule of thumb to try to keep a certain distance away from a tree. Is it 5 feet? Is there actually, how do you determine that?
Sure, so there's what's called the critical root zone of the tree, which is calculated, there's different ways to calculate it.
Well, first of all, let me define a little bit further. This is a retaining wall, so I assume that a lot of contractors will do is they'll dig into the soil and maybe as much as 2.5, 3 feet.
I think I've got it.
I don't know if that's the case here. Is it something which is, are they just, I don't even know if they're doing like a grade beam or anything like that in order to put this wall on, but that's pertinent also.
So, yes, and predominantly the portion of the wall that's parallel with the property line is going to have a full footing. When I spoke with Alexandra, what I said was, the original wall that was shown had a return that came up the slope, which was crossing the critical root zone for the tree itself, and I said that was almost, that was a 1.5 foot wall at that point, and that we could do a dry laid wall right there with no footing, essentially 6 to 8 inches down. The rest of the wall would have a traditional footing system, 42 inches below grade. That was predominantly further away. She liked the idea of coming in at a 45-degree angle and coming.
This is the driveway?
No, sorry, this is the retaining wall that's
the retaining
near
wall.
the wall, near the tree that Alexandra was concerned about.
And the footings that you're using on the other part of the wall are a couple of feet deep, or what?
It's going to be a traditional cantilevered reinforced concrete wall with a 42-inch deep footing.
42, okay.
Yeah, and then I was saying is the portion that encroached within the root zone, especially on the original design, which I like better because of the ability of the footing to support the mass of the wall, and then the return to be then, we could have done just a dry laid wall there, which we still could potentially do with the portion that's encroaching in, but I'd like to, follow up those details with Caroline and
But that,
Alexandra.
I think that's a good idea, but then again, even if you are doing a dry wall, do you try to stay a certain distance away from the mature tree?
Yeah, and I could let Caroline speak to that, but obviously, the further away if you stay from the critical root zone, the better.
Right, but in some situations, you
have to go in. And my engineering rule of thumb is you try and stay out of the canopy of the tree itself, but that's even more conservative than where the root zone is. But if you have to encroach in it, you do it in a manner where you're not cutting the mass of the root structure. You're just, cutting straight into that center point, if you will.
So this is going to get, again, like I said, micromanaged because of the invasive bamboo.
Yeah.
So the difference on the walls are on 8 versus 9. You can see where, Charlie, on the sheets 8 and 9, where it was 90 degrees across the roots, and now it's radial as shown on 8. But in any event, how that wall gets built and how the invasives get removed and the shallowness of the roots and the ledge in that area are all going to be part of a group effort to come up with the best solution
Thank you.
with Alex and staff and our.
Would you comment on Conservation's, let's see, paragraph 3 on like the 4th page of their memo? The thought that you eliminate the basements to reduce site disturbance and preserve more of the natural topography?
Yeah, as I said earlier, where we're excavating on 2 out of the 3 houses are actually where there already are foundation excavations for basement. So I agree, I understand her concept, which is laudable, and to not have a lot of fill, which actually we're not doing much of. So the short answer is I think we are limiting the grading significantly. The other thing I wanted to point out is all of these houses and their garages are all stepped essentially to meet the first floor's virtually existing grades. So as you're coming up the driveways, you come to the parking court and the garage, those are essentially existing grade. The house then is 3 to 5 feet higher than the garage to get us up again to that existing grade. So it's going to be stepped, and the majority of these walls are going to be cuts in the 2 to 3 foot range, just so that when you get out of your house, there's not rock coming into it. So it's kind of a balancing. If you don't do any cut, you're going to wind up with the house sticking a lot higher up in the front. So the streetscape of this is going to work very well with reading pretty much at existing grades.
Thanks. And I think she does give you a pat on the back for the overall siting.
No, we worked on it a lot. We worked with her a lot, and we'll still fine tune it. So.
Okay. Do you have any other comments from the commission? Any comments from the public? Sir?
That it's conforming with the 2019. But it says in the subdivision management.
Good evening, sir.
Hi. I'm Mr. Stacy at 1 Kinsman Lane.
Yes.
And I have the property that is for sure most affected by this plan. So I...
Wait a second. I'm sorry, Mr. Stacy. Wait,
Please.
somebody gave me their material here. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, sir.
So I bought my home in 1998, and there was at that time, a newly installed septic system. And I've attached a copy of the layout of that system and also a curtain drain. And what happened is that after a few years, the septic system began to be inundated with groundwater.
Okay.
Or with water of
Yeah.
someplace or other. And so what we did is had a curtain drain designed, which you can see on that plan.
Right.
Runs along the side of the property. And if you take a look underneath that, you'll see that there's water flow indications that we're moving from Bruce Park into the area for the septic system. And so once it turned out that there were actually farm drains that crisscross Bruce Park. So it looks pretty when you drive through, but underneath there's an awful lot of water.
Yes, there is.
Right?
Yes.
And so that was the cure for that thing. And since that was installed, actually, we have had almost no problems at all with the septic system.
Okay.
It's a big, well-designed system. So I also have, and I should mention that the system, as you'll see, drains down to the curtain drain discharge, goes into an existing storm drain, which is just past the edge of my property there.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? Oh, okay, here's the,
Curtain drain
okay, I got
discharge
it,
into
I got
existing
it, I
storm
got it, I
drain.
see it now. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So, I also, there were a few rhododendrons on the eastern side of the property next to proposed Lot 1. And so what I've done over the years is I've extended that into a, I guess you could call it a hedge, but I looked it up and the word grove seems to apply a little better. So that is on page 2, and you can see that's being taken down along the eastern side from the privacy fence that I have that sits more or less in the middle of the property and goes actually from proposed Lot 1, from that property line, down to the house itself, includes an arbor and some other plantings. And so, as you can see, those rhododendrons are extremely well developed, and they extend, most of them extend well over 10 feet in height. In fact, we've had over the years to prune them back because they have just continued to grow extensively. Behind the rhododendrons, and this is not mentioned in the tree removal, but there is a long line of arborvitae trees, I believe they are. And my understanding of the proposal, and as you can also, perhaps you can see, they are huge. I mean, some of them are as much as 3 feet in circumference. I think there are 28 of them I counted going along the property line next to me. And so those, for sure, present a hazard to my property. I didn't write a letter about it. And I probably should have. Should learn from my 2 neighbors that you have to write a letter to put the other people on notice. But my understanding of the plan is that those are going to come down and they're going to be replaced by some evergreens of more suitable nature. So that's fine with me as long as, you know, that nothing happens in the interim. So if you take a look at page 3, the third page there. What I've done is I took the 2 plot plans and put them together. So if you look at the line that goes up the sort of the middle, off to the right, and you look at the little hash mark just past my property line, that is the indication on the original plan, as I understand it, of where my line ends, my property line ends. And so, as you can see from this, I have a number of concerns, particularly given the topography, which is all sloping down into my property. The septic system at the far end is something like, I think, 10 or 12 feet from the edge of the property. I have a concern about these clean-out units. So Lot 2, as I understand it, there's drainage going from Lot 2 down to Lot 1. There were then 2 clean-out units. And so as those, if those discharge, then that will all come, Lots 2 and Lot 1, onto my property. I'm concerned about both water runoff and also about silt, both during the construction phase and afterward. I mean, if you live in Greenwich for a while you have had to have heard a horror story about somebody who had a property next to some place that was being developed, and the next thing you know, they're inundated with water and mud and all kinds of other things on the property. We all hear these stories. I just don't want that to be my story. So yesterday afternoon, for the first time, I was able to have a meeting with Alexandra Mock, and she was unaware of the existence of the septic system so close to the property line. And I think that I don't want to speak for her, but I think she was seriously concerned that this was not really being addressed in a way that it needs to be addressed. So I have written in this letter that the level spreader that comes in, I'm not an engineer, and I don't understand these things that well, but what I understand, talking to the town people and a couple other people who do, is that the level spreader that's proposed near that retaining wall is probably completely inadequate, that the larger footprint, site disturbance, who knows what is happening underneath, that there's a high risk of having a lot of water that is going to be transported down onto my property.
And we're talking like surface flow water, right? Or are you concerned about?
Both.
Ground, okay.
Both.
Both, right?
So I've had my experience with underground water, and I know they did some test holes, and I'm here to tell you, once you start messing around, you just don't know what you're going to run into in Bruce Park.
Town planner and ask her all this, but there's two pieces, I'm hearing two pieces to what Mr. Stacy's saying. The first one is a question really that's going to get addressed on site development, which is when the engineering department looks at how the drainage is going to work and signs off on it. The second one is a question concerning the septic. Now, Health Department has approved the septics for the 3 lots. The only thing we could do in regard to that, since it has to have an approved septic the septic has to be workable in order for us to do the subdivision, correct?
Right.
So the only thing we could do is ask Health to look at it again and just make sure that the septics all work okay, and to just confirm it. But the big piece of this, Mr. Stacy, is that when they come back to propose the development of these 3 lots, you're going to have to...
When is that?
We don't know.
Okay.
You're going to have to come back. We will remember, though, because it'll be in our record, and we'll make sure that we ask about how the drainage functions, and our engineering department has to sign off on their drainage plans. So the only thing we could do is potentially, and it's kind of a quirky thing because the septic people have already said the septic is going to work fine.
Their septic.
Well,
Right,
I was
and-
just going to say, what's more concerning to me is
Is in
would
conjunction.
your septic system be permitted to be constructed today in the location that it's in?
No idea.
Because I don't,
See, and that, I don't know
I
what...
would be more interested to hear what the Health Department and DPW has to say about this development specific to the location of Mr. Stacy's
So let's
septic
do
system.
that. So that's what we could do, is we could double back and say, could you look at the adjacent property and make sure that the development is okay with the adjacent property? So we could put in that extra check for you on the septic. But when it comes to the development, and then we wouldn't decide the subdivision yet until we had heard from them. And then, but it'll still be the drainage when it comes back to us for the development of the buildings. And then you would have to check back in and make sure that we're following up. I mean, it's in our records, we'll follow up, but neighbors and homeowners have insights that we don't have.
The other thing is these homes aren't necessarily the ones that are proposed here. See, what we require when we do a subdivision is a generic development to show that the lot itself is developable, because that's what the commission's making a determination, that's what they're determining.
Okay.
So when the actual house location comes in, it might look different than this, but one of the things that they will be required to do is submit a soil and erosion control plan. And so we don't know what the development of this property next to you will actually look like. I mean, but I'm thinking things that can be said for a future soil and erosion control plan would be, silt fence with hay bales behind it, maybe a double row of it even, just for during construction to alleviate some of the concerns you would have during that time period. But I do think it's,
Let's do it.
I'd also,
So-
you might also talk to your neighbors, because if I look at the topography here, it's just not you, it's 2 Kinsmen and 3 Kinsmen too. It looks like, and that's surface water, but that one septic goes up onto 2 Kinsmen too. So, you know what I mean? This isn't just one house.
And Nick, you were going to say something?
Mr. Brower, just real quick, Mr. Mills, have you had an opportunity to go through the proposed site development plans with the neighbors in depth? That's,
I said that too, but
Yeah.
this is an opportunity in between, so
what I might
we know
suggest
that.
is to discuss the proposed drainage with the neighbors so they understand the infrastructure that's being put in place to direct and collect and retain the drainage water from various parts of the property.
So what we would do is prepare the individual coastal site plan applications. Mr. Stacy and the other
Right.
neighbors would get notice of it. We would
Right.
obviously provide plans with them and incorporate not only what Katie's talking about with the S&E, but also construction phasing, so that
Right,
there could
but
be
we actually want to go back and make sure that we want to leave it open, I think, and go back and make sure the septic, I think that's, however, while we do that, and can we accommodate them on the 7th of January?
The answer's always no, but we can make it happen.
Okay, so, okay, so I think what Mr. McRae is suggesting, I don't mean to take words out of your mouth, Mr. McRae, but is maybe take a little advantage of the time and maybe be able to address the neighbor drainage issues before you come in with the development plan, and then you'll be hunky-dory when you come in with the development plan. Okay, Mr. Stacy, are you done with your comments? Because I know Mr. Brower's kind of interested in getting back on the podium.
Didn't see that.
I noticed the body language too. Okay, go ahead.
Right. My only question is, I'm not going to be here on the 7th of January.
Okay, well, but you can talk to them
Well,
in the
I think
meantime.
actually, I think that was what my.
We'll have it addressed.
The intent of my suggestion was for the applicant and the design team to meet with you, and then whatever other neighbors, to discuss how the drainage system works. Because actually, as you get into the weeds of the drainage system, the nuts and bolts, it'll actually be a little bit more clear, understanding you have a concern about a septic system, and because it's right on the line. But I think actually, from what I'm seeing here on the plan, and what Mr. Mills has proposed, may resolve a lot of the issues that you have.
That would be wonderful. Yeah.
Okay, so,
Be clear, I don't have a concern about those septic systems, because my understanding is that your health people will be all over them to make sure that it is a good system. I'm only concerned about mine.
yep,
Yep.
but it's still good to be a good neighbor. Okay, all right, thank you. So, Mr. Brower, so what we'd like to do, and we would accommodate you.
Well, could I suggest first, just...
Of course.
Okay, sorry. One, I will not be here on the 7th. Two,
Wow.
that's cutting it tight in order to get comments, because what's clear what we
Gotcha.
need. We need the engineering division and the health department.
No, we just need the health department.
Well, what I would suggest is that we've demonstrated the lots are conceptually feasible, developable. The next step would be to prepare final plans that actually have real houses, real septic, real drainage, Mr. Stacy's and others' involvement, and then we come back with those two. I don't see an advantage to having playhouses still holding hearings open. We ultimately, in your letter, if you decide to approve.
Okay, so let me ask you it this way. Your point is that if there was a problem with the septics, you would be able to find a place to relocate them. And in any event, giving you a subdivision does not guarantee you developable lots. And we,
It does.
Not specific.
Not this specific plan, but he does have the right to
see, okay, there's
develop
the
a
snag.
plan.
You have to be able to locate the septic somewhere. What if you run into a snag when we ask the question about the septic and you're assuming you can relocate it?
No, our septic
I'm sorry,
is
sir.
good. It's a matter of where our drainage goes.
He wants to talk to you.
Okay.
Yeah, and I appreciate what Mr. Stacy's saying, because from the very onset, I've been looking at his property and others, and that we're happy to work with a neighbor with the discharge locations of things like level spreaders. I think what you're getting at is that our water, our runoff, and our groundwater doesn't interfere with his septic system. Our septics are fine. To speak to it, I have pulled the plan, his plan. I've also spoken to the installer who did the work as well. Now, what we're doing, the whole concept from the very beginning, he talked about a curtain drain that was installed on his property to protect his septic. He was unable to go upslope of his septic system to construct a curtain drain because his septic is too close to our property. Okay? Now, in essence, what we're doing, what the whole concept has been, is to construct a massive curtain drain for his property as well as 2 Kinsman Place that's right next to it. I got Mr. Marucci of the engineering division to agree that what we're going to look at doing is controlling the runoff that goes to Bruce Park, to the softball field essentially, diverting water away from those properties to the road, but still controlling the rate that it goes down there. So when it gets down there, everything is less.
Okay, which is why you might move the level spreaders.
We could,
You need the level spreaders then to do that, but it's
Yeah.
why, but you've got some flex to be able to
We
relocate
have some,
them.
but we certainly can pull it back.
Okay.
I like the idea of leaving it on that side of the property and having it go between his property and number 2, where there's a natural swale, and keeping it away from his septic system, the predominant portion of it. But these are things, though, that I'm just making the point that it's not a septic system issue. Really, it's where do we discharge? We're really drastically
Okay.
reducing the water that's going there and the area that's draining there. I just
Okay,
wanted
So, Mr. Mills, the sight line easement area,
Yes.
so the solution, you've got a solution here, and there may be a different solution down the road. Would that involve?
The drainage easement? I'm sorry, or the
No,
sightline
the
easement?
sightline,
Yeah.
the sightline easement,
Yeah.
with the drainage solution potentially down the road, if you're changing what's on these draft plans, so to
Yes.
speak, would that include having to put anything into that sightline easement, and is that going to be a problem with DPW? In
Not-
terms of discharge, I mean?
No,
Like
that wouldn't be a
pipes or
problem.
whatever?
That wouldn't be a problem because everything would be low. I mean, we have a rain garden we're proposing currently within the sightline easement. It's
Okay.
just going to be low bushes and not trees.
And if you had to do some sort of piping, that won't interfere with
Not at all.
the language of the easement?
Not at
Okay.
Okay.
So I think the best protection is
All right.
to, if you decide to approve the 2-lot subdivision, articulate these concerns, highlight Health Department. We're not going to hide the drainage between Scott and Charlie. We're going to go see Alex and Katie and the Health Department
Okay.
on it. It's
All right.
going to get the whole, and Mr.
And just a
Stacy.
question, so it's a little, I mean, their point is if their septic system is functioning as approved, it should not impact Mr. Stacy. And then with the roadies, you could, maybe Ms. Matthews could take a look at what the conditions that are going to change for the roadies, because as I recall, roadies like to have slightly damp feet, and that might, it actually helps them to have slightly damp soils most of the time, so it's really just a question of they're going to be impacted by the development or not, and you guys can look at that at some point. I'm sure Ms. Matthews could even answer it right now. Okay, so if there are no further comments from the public, we will then, no comments from the commission, we'll then close these items and take some resolutions on them. Mr. McRae? Yeski? I closed it, and that won't give you an up. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that you didn't have a comment, because I would reopen it. Okay. He's a happy camper?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. McRae. Sorry, I just didn't want to shut off a commissioner.
Okay. Application PLPZ 2019, 0428, final coastal subdivision, revised common lot line between 38 and 32 Bruce Park Drive. Finding that this is neither a subdivision or re-subdivision.
That's it.
Zoning has endorsed the project with notes prior to permit. Engineering has okayed it in a memo from 11/3. Conservation has endorsed the project with notes on a memo from 11/22. And in a letter to Mr. Mills, the Health Department, 11/7/9 has indicated proper septic systems. And I think that's it.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Oh. I'm so sorry.
Mr. Lois.
Mr. Lowe is seated for Mr. Fox, and everybody else is regular on this. And of course, I'm on the wrong agenda, but I remembered it. Okay. Okay, because we just opened this. So do I have a second? Second. Was that Levy?
Yes.
Very soft. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so now we have the next application, which is for a final coastal. And there you go, subdivision, and there you go, Mr.
Okay,
McRae.
application PLPZ 2019-0430, final coastal subdivision, subdivide 5,441 square feet into two lots. One lot would be 23,719 square feet. Lot 2 would be 23,144 square feet. Motion to find that this is a subdivision.
Well, we hereby move approval of the subdivision.
That's fine.
Oh, yes, of course.
Okay, understanding that there is 15.5% open space, a 4.1% conservation easement for a total of 19.6 of the property.
That the DPW, the Engineering Division, has issued comments on a series of notes to be completed before the signing of the subdivision map.
That was based on a letter dated 11/22.
Go ahead, Mr. McRae.
Again, ZEO has endorsed the plan subject to verification of setbacks dated on a memo dated 11/6. Conservation, same comments from a note, a memo from 11/25. The Health Department, let me just get that going here.
And then you make all those other comments.
Excuse me. Just get the right date. Okay, the Health Department has actually indicated a endorsement of septic systems for the two lots. It's understood that actually the additional conservation easement is specific to be saving trees. Applicant is to, no, actually, that's not part of it. Speaking about the trees, that's actually site development.
No, I think it's those comments about the, and how would we make that, Katie?
Just subdivision on this one.
Yeah, but how do we raise the concern that we can say that there's been a concern raised?
Are all or some of the trees in the
No,
proposed open
I
space?
went to okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
We'll do the trees and then we'll do the septic.
Or all or some of the trees in the open space that need to come down? No, I thought we were going out of the tree conversation.
I think you just do
The
whereas clauses.
Okay,
Whereas,
so,
the concerns of the commission are X, and that the future development plan should,
okay, so
deal with it.
that's where, so you just go with the whereas. That's a good, yeah.
Hold on a second.
So those would be our concerns.
It's noted that actually, engineering has specific notes to be completed before the signing of the subdivision, and that a sightline easement has been provided for Notes on that dated 11/22 memo should be included on the subdivision map. Whereas the commission finds that actually there are trees that are considered or could be considered unsafe, that we have to meet with neighbors, arborists, and conservation to discuss, tag, and/or remove the trees in the conservation easement area. Whereas the commission finds that actually a nearer concern on runoff, it is suggested the applicant meet with the neighbors to discuss in detail the proposed drainage plans for the common lot line to the west. Applicant is to address any other outstanding department or staff comments. And anything else to add?
I think you raised it.
So when would the trees come down then? Because they're in the open space area, so the Mylar gets filed in 90 days. So do you want them taken down before the Mylar gets filed, or what are the thoughts there?
No, it's understanding it's part of site development. It's, again, the issues like with the bamboo, how are they taking the bamboo out? What trees really need to come down or what can be saved?
So you want us to put that in the declaration of restrictions that at some future time of the initial development?
Yes.
X, Y, and Z needs to-
Restoration and all
okay.
that. I think that's a better way of doing it, right? Okay.
Yeah, because of bamboo is invasive and that.
We
it
want to get
actually-
rid of the bamboo, and they said that that was going to have other impacts on some of the trees, so I
Yeah,
think it's better.
And it can be, a 3-4 year process to get rid of bamboo, so there'll be activity in the open space is the
Roundup
point. so-
probably works. No, just kidding. Sorry, I didn't say that out loud. Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so now we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to begin the public hearing. Sorry, guys. Man, we're moving it. Okay, so now we're starting the public hearing, and we have John A. and Shirley M. Viesta Trust for final site plan and special permit at 249 Railroad Avenue. Mr. Hegney.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commission members. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant.
Okay, we're always happy to wait for you. You're welcome. Katie.
And if there's news to be had, we'd like it on the record.
I just checked, there is no news.
On?
At the hospital,
Right now.
right now, since 10 o'clock this morning.
Oh, good.
I'm down.
Let me check, because his brother just tried to
And this is your
reach out to
first
me.
one?
This is it.
This is your first grandchild? This is not a hard question, Mr. Hegney.
I'm reading my younger son's text, which is telling me that my daughter-in-law is still in labor and maybe in 30 minutes. So we'll
Okay.
get through this very quickly so that I
Okay,
can,
you're denied.
Normally I just say thank you, but I'm not quite sure that's appropriate here. Of
Well, at
course,
least
none
you-
of this is on the record anyway, because we're
And
still-
at least you woke us up a little bit, because the commission is very tired tonight. So,
But you
Mr.
should be in the
Hegney,
giving spirit this evening.
Mr.
Yeah, it's that
Hegney,
type of year.
we were asking you, this was your first grandchild?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, you didn't answer us, and we were
I was trying
concerned
to
that
find out whether...
a legal answer was
I was
forthcoming.
in fact a grandfather yet or not, which I am not yet. But any moment now, I guess.
So let's get this done for him.
No, he can't. We're waiting for the court reporter. He's working on the technology. Oh. So while you're doing that.
Mr. Hagan, he's up the street?
It's up the street, yeah.
Okay.
Did you notice? So, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the commission. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant.
Okay.
I completed my pleasantries.
You completed your So, Mr. Hegney, would you like to begin your application, please?
Yes, I would. This is a property on Railroad Avenue that the commission approved changing from a car dealer, it was a Lotus dealer, which seemed like a good idea at the time, to a Lotus Flower restaurant. It was first Japanese, then it was...
Yeah.
Do you like that one?
Yeah.
Then it was Chinese, then it was Italian, and now it's Indian.
Yeah, I knew I had all of them right. They kept telling me I was skipping one.
No, it's been quite the round robin.
Okay, so now,
And at the time, we
and is the Indian
approved it-
still open? The commission needed to know that yesterday.
Yes.
Okay, good.
And probably will be through the holiday season. The concern that the commission had in 2009 was the adequacy of parking. We had 40 seats for the restaurant, which needed to have 16 parking spaces, and there's one parking space for the apartment on the second floor. This is proposed as a pizzeria, and one of the conditions, and the only condition that poses an issue for this particular restaurant is one that the commission put on, which says there shall not be any delivery of food from the site, which poses a very serious problem for a pizzeria. We have reduced the number of seats because there's more area there devoted to the kitchen and to the pizza ovens, so there are only 24 seats rather than 40. The requirement for parking for 24 seats would be 10 spaces, and we have a total of 17. What I have on the screen is the updated survey that Mr. DeAndrea did in October, which shows the 17 parking spaces and the building itself. There was a question at the briefing on the CO, and there was an indication that there was a TCO.
Keep going, 2009 CO, we got it.
I did.
Okay, moving on.
Check that.
We woke up a little bit.
And so we have 6 additional spaces. We can sign the ones in the front for particular pickup and delivery. And we believe that this meets all of the
So here's-
criteria that you need to
Here
approve
was
it.
the part that you didn't pick up from the discussion yesterday. There were two things we were looking for. And we were thinking that if it all worked out, we could change we could modify the approval, and then you could work on this for zoning permit. The other thing we wanted was to see more landscaping, some sort of streetscape improvement, if you could do that. So the two things we were looking for, there had originally been, I know you're going to hate this, but I was here for when it went to the first restaurant. There's always been a concern about the flow of that site. And so what we were looking for was, how do you accommodate the fact that you're going to have vehicles coming in and out, and how do you make it smooth for them and working well? And then you make an area where they're going to park when they're going in to sit down, because you do have the 25 seats. And then the second is, could you do something to improve the streetscape? It's extra expense, I know, for the applicant, but they're coming in, and could they do something?
Well, the issue that you really have is these spaces, there isn't an awful lot. You want to have a sidewalk along
you
the front
do
of the
have a
building,
sidewalk.
which is right here, right there.
I'm all the way on the
And-
street.
And you don't have an awful lot of space, as Mr. Yeski pointed out yesterday, to back out.
Okay.
And,
Go ahead.
we could put some planters in the front to spruce it up
I have
there.
an idea.
I would say that as
Nick-
part of it, we added landscaping here and back here and over here as part of the 2009 approval.
Well, Mr. Hegney, it's 24 seats, 10 spaces.
Right.
You have 17 spaces? So, it might be a situation to take a look at actually the ADA space and those 4 in the front. Okay, we'll lose those, and you still would have the 10. You just have to find another location for the ADA space. Okay, and then what we were thinking, or what I was thinking, was actually, you have an open curb cut for the width.
Basically, the whole width of the site is a
Okay.
curb cut.
Is taking a look at actually maybe closing that up a little bit and using the area where those 4 or 5 spaces are in the front as an area for the delivery people to drive into and then out of. So there's like a front loop.
Make like a loop?
Yeah. That way patrons are in spaces 5 through 17, and then those 5 in the front are omitted, and that becomes a kind of a one-way loop, and then maybe you can actually give us something at the street along the property line there. Because I think what it is that you've got asphalt right to the edge of the right-of-way. There's nothing there, and I think we maybe have the opportunity to, let's try to define the site a little bit better.
And that's partly because it started out as a gas station.
Exactly. So you've got a little bit of landscaping next to, or a little bit of something next to space 5. There's something where the sign is there next to the ADA, so.
Yeah, I'm not sure where you end up. You have to have your handicap space near your front door.
Right.
So I'm not sure that we can relocate that and meet the requirements
The space
of the building
13
code.
is pretty close to the front door. You could kind of move that around a little bit, maybe.
But we need to have it wider because I don't think it needs to be the full 16 feet if it's a parallel parking space, but it does need to be wider than just the 7 or 8 feet that you'd have with a parallel space.
That was our suggestion, because I think what it would do is actually now provide you, we're kind of getting to a balance here, providing you still have the parking that you need. And I think we were okay with actually removing some of the spaces to get something going on with the curb cut right at the property line. And understanding the use is for drop-off and pickup, we thought actually that'd be a perfect place for the delivery guys to come pull in and pull out. Right in front.
Well, what if you just
So it'd be a one-way loop. You don't have an awful lot of distance there because although the spaces are showing as 18 feet deep, a portion of that is in the right-of-way, as it has been for the last 10 years.
Well, I think it's something that maybe Mr. DeAndrea could take a peek at. Because I think actually, understanding the nature of the application is actually to get rid of that portion of the language.
That's the only
That's the bottom line.
proposal I have
Right.
here.
That's the
is
only
to get rid of
proposal.
that one sentence.
We know that, but since it was a special permit, we're kind of taking advantage of the opportunity that as we change
see
this,
that.
as we change this condition to give back something, because you are most likely adding more traffic intensity to the site. You are most likely, we're not pushing you on the intensification of traffic, which was a concern. You are adding that. So in return, because it's a special permit, we're asking for an adjustment to accommodate that traffic intensity and the pickup, and also on neighborhood. So, just mentioning,
Oh,
just saying.
newly adopted.
So, because it was a special permit originally, and that as we lift this condition, and I remember being concerned about the traffic and the flow on site and how it would be handled, I think that we're very reasonable in asking for you to look at this. And we're going to let staff sign off on it.
Okay.
Okay, so we would amend the approval. That's kind of what we were talking about yesterday at the briefing. What we tossed around was a consideration, if everybody was amenable tonight, to amending that approval, then having staff look at what you proposed to do, but that if there's an issue with staff, they kick it back to us. Okay? All right? Okay? So that you would accommodate that? Yes, go,
Yeah,
Mr.
just the
Hardman.
screening,
Grandfathers are
yeah,
always
the
a little
screening
awkward.
from Railroad Avenue, any landscaping,
Yep,
and I don't know how to accommodate that, given
That's what
this
he's-
or
that's
cost
what Nick
purposes.
just-
Well, I see. So what I'm hearing
yep.
is
Be nice to us, that kind of thing.
that we would have some kind of landscaping strip right on the property line here, that we would have a two-way aisle here, and a one-way, excuse me, a one-way that would come in, thank you, through
Yes.
here and exiting this way. So there would still be a curb cut here for people picking up or dropping off, or the delivery people coming in and picking up and going out that way. And then this would be all sit-down patron. Is that the concept?
Exactly, and I think actually it's taking the width of the frontage and trying to narrow it down to just the two curb cuts, and giving you some opportunity to, could you create some kind of a planting strip in the first 3, 4, 5 feet of the
Yeah,
property line?
it's not going to be an awful lot because you probably only have 12 feet between the property line and the
Right.
and the sidewalk that you want to maintain in front of the building.
Right now, you have 0. If you gave us, 2 feet, there it is, something. And I think actually, again, we're getting away from the gas station, like you've mentioned. It hasn't been a gas station for years.
I'm
or a
thinking of
dealership.
another gas station, this one in Coscob, that was then a cleaners and has now been converted into a chocolate
Yeah, but they
shop.
don't back out onto a major road.
But what
She's done-
ARC really liked there was...
Oh, would you like to go to ARC?
No, thank you. And as soon as it came out of my mouth...
You're like, Alvin's going to be jumping on me.
No, he's having a baby
It was
here.
No, he's
a
not.
living fence.
Yeah.
And we also looked at that for Lamborghini between its
Yeah, I think it's
former
plastic.
P-zone and the GB. And those give a nice barrier.
Yeah, we've had a
They
little bad
are-
luck with people using plastic instead, so we would like discourage that.
The one
Would dis-
at the chocolate shop in Coscob is metal, and it has started to...
No, plastic plants.
Oh, plastic plants.
Yeah. So not so
I think
living.
those are just for Old Greenwich gas station there.
Yeah. Okay, so you're going to work with staff on it, and
Yes.
with that,
I'll say thank you.
yeah, and you'll let staff know?
Yes, I will let
Okay.
staff know.
All right, we don't see you
So
again.
I'll spread the word as soon as I hear it.
Okey-doke, so for our next application, what the heck did I do with, yeah, there it is. Our next application is 1205 East Putnam Avenue LLC, David Rogers for preliminary site plan and special permit. On this application, Lowe is going to still be seated for Mr. McRae. Goss is seated for Fox. Now, see, that's the problem. Mr. Lowe, you're also, oh no, Goss is seated for Fox, so we're good. Did I understand correctly, Mr. Haslam, that you have given us an extension now till February?
If I haven't, I will.
Okay, I think that would be a good idea, because you've got a road to travel still.
Right, and we understood that tonight was, could you
Yeah.
put us back
Yeah,
quickly
okay.
after the pre-Thanksgiving
Good,
hearing, that
okay.
we were here to talk conceptually about some ideas that we
Now
have.
you're in the pre-Christmas period.
Right, okay. I can give that to you tomorrow, Pat. Is that all right? Okay, thanks. For the record, Chip Haslam from Johnson, Haslam, and Hogeman for the applicant. Representative is with me tonight, Andy Toth. Where's Andy? Right back here. Charlie Mills is the engineer. And from Granite Architects, we have Eric Zambell and Irene Ioffe. When we were last with you, you had charged us to look at various aspects of this project and see if we could improve upon them. One of the issues was if we could make it more New Englandy with gables or something similar to that, whether we could, would consider cutting off access to Neil Lane, whether we could have more green space for recreation, whether there could be more separation from Neil Lane, or at least, clear recognition of Neil Lane being a residential area to the rear of our building. And even if that required us to go up another half story to 47 feet 6 inches, you would consider that. And/or if we had to reduce the parking, you would also consider that as well. You also asked us to consider whether we could excavate for a lower level parking garage underneath the building, and therefore bring the building possibly down, and basically reduce the appearance of bulk and possibly reduce FAR as well. I think the most of the time that was spent between the last hearing and tonight was really having Granoff look at this issue of excavation in the context of the site development generally. So before we could even really start looking at the design of the building, they had to establish what could be done with the site before they could start skinning it and figuring out how the roofs would work, et cetera. So Granoff did spend a lot of time on that. Charlie Mills looked at it as well. I sent 2 letters over to P&Z earlier this morning because it came up in the briefing session again yesterday. I don't know if you received those. I can have both the authors of those letters address those issues if you want, but in brief, it would seem that it's next to impossible to achieve the development of this property as we want to by excavating under, both from architectural as well as engineering, for architectural and engineering reasons. So we have, for the most part, discounted the ability to do that. And I know, again, that was brought up yesterday's briefing session in some detail, and I'll have Eric and Charlie address that if you want in greater detail. I think we've done a pretty good job of addressing some of the other issues that you raised, even though, I personally think, and Mr. Fox brought up yesterday too, that Neil Lane is a good solution for traffic flow. You were quite strong in your opinion.
Actually, he didn't say that. What he said was he wasn't sure that using it only as an emergency ingress was going to help resolve the problem. That it seems to make sense when you say it, but that in practicality, in practical terms, that people were still going to go on Neil Lane so that they could get to the entrance of the building onto the post road. That's what he was saying.
Which is what I said at the last hearing.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Okay, so, Andy agreed with you.
We've moved on.
Okay.
So we've cut off the
So,
access to Neil Lane.
actually, and it's a valid question. Maybe some people are going to not, maybe it'll help. I mean, it's just I don't know. If this were to go ahead, I don't know how we help Neil Lane. Because we toyed with that whole thing about making it one way, and that doesn't I don't know how, this whole stretch of Neil Lane. Kind of wish Mr. DeAndrea hadn't left so he could tell us about the Neil Lane traffic, but okay.
Yeah, so we, unfortunately, our traffic expert couldn't be here, and I didn't ask him to come initially because of the fact
No,
that
I think you're right.
we were looking at design issues, I thought mostly, but also he did have a conflict, so he couldn't come anyway. But he did say that, he sent me an email yesterday with regard to this issue, and says, the bottom line is that with the driveway on Neil Lane or no driveway on Neil, site traffic will be prone to use Neil to get access to I-95 and US Route 1 to the east. As I said at the last meeting, this type of development doesn't generate a lot of peak hour trips in general and is negligible relative to the total traffic volume on US Route 1. Not providing a driveway in Neil would eliminate entry and exit moves from Neil, but people will drive the way that is most efficient, and that means circling the block in a clockwise direction if the only driveway is right in, right out of US Route 1. Also, we acknowledge in our traffic report that the I-95 Neil Lane US Route 1 intersection has poor peak hour operations, but that is an existing condition, and adding a few peak hour trips from the site is not going to have an impact to background conditions. Again, this is going to have a negligible impact on traffic in the area. And I did also want to make, there was a reference made yesterday in the briefing session about something about the unusual days, or the fact that it was only, traffic patterns were only taken on Saturday. That was not true. Traffic counts are taken on a Thursday weekday as well as Saturday to get both the weekday traffic as well as the Saturday traffic. And in fact, the traffic study is was generated pursuant to the ITE standards for traffic engineers. The unfortunate part, as we discussed, or was discussed yesterday in the briefing session, of going with a gable roof, is that we lost the recreation space in the top floor, which we had hoped to create. But we did get, obviously, more green space to the rear for recreational purposes. I think someone mentioned the fact that, yeah, you're just going to have more arborvitaes back there, but we can certainly modify the landscape plan. We did show quite a bit of screening in the back area. We can move that towards the property line if you wish to create more lawn space. That access for fire trucks, which is shown on there, would only be for fire trucks, and that could be grass paved, and the fire marshal indicated that that would be acceptable to him too. So it could be used as both a recreational area as well as for emergency access by fire if necessary. The parking is slightly reduced. We end up with about 1.7 spaces per unit. Again, you indicated that there was maybe some flexibility in that regard. If we could change the configuration of the building more to create more green space, et cetera. And I think that was all the major issues that you had raised and that we tried to work with.
Could you put up on the screen what the facade's like? I think it would be helpful to the
I'm
public.
going to give this to Mr. Zambell because I'm not very good with the pointer.
And you're not even, yeah, okay.
Is that the one you're looking for?
Yeah. On the plan that you were just on, there in the front, there's that gray area that's not driveways, and then looking at this elevation, I think it's of buildings. I'm confused as to what that is, looking at these plans. Yeah, just for a second, just so I can show you what I'm talking about. So this, it says existing structure. Like, what is this gray thing here?
The gray out here?
Yeah. Is that pavement?
That's pavement. That's pavement.
So for like UPS or whatever? Okay.
That still would be the loading space.
And then what?
I'm sorry, Kate. Can you say your name? Eric Zambell with Granoff Architects.
Sorry. And then what is it? There's a note that says existing structure. Oh, I see. That's that line, that black line there? Or no, that's a setback. So where's the existing?
Existing structure. That's a line that didn't get turned. That's a
Oh,
note that didn't
okay,
get turned
okay.
off. It was in. We had in the previous version.
Okay.
Showed where the existing buildings were. We don't have them on here. So.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to go to your letter regarding subterranean parking, because I understand what you've written, but I'm not sure I agree with that there aren't solutions.
Okay.
And it's a matter of geometry, it's a matter of the grade to enter, but The development that had been proposed at Sheep Hill, successfully incorporated subterranean parking.
Yes.
And here, you've talked about, the slope and so forth, but I don't see any discussion about the possibility of coming in with an L configuration in terms of the entry ramp to take up some of this length. I really don't buy this thing about entrance of the parking in a building needs to be at existing grade to establish the residential floor height. I think the key problem with this building from the community, from the commission, is just the sheer bulk of what you're attempting to do here. And one sure way is to lower the building. We've got conflicting interests because we obviously want to support moderate income housing, but not at the expense of taking what could be a key element of reconstructing the Riverside portion of Route 1, which sorely needs improvement. So I'm just going to challenge you on the geometry, having a footprint for the parking that would exceed the footprint of the structure above it. There are ways to skin this cat, and not every parking spot needs to be below grade. So just give me a broad brush, but I don't buy off on not having subterranean.
So we have looked at this a number of ways. I'll go through a few scenarios that may help. I'm not completely familiar with the Sheep's Hill development, but my recollection is that there's a drive around the property to get you into that lower level. If that's not correct, that I apologize, but that gives you a lot of time to either get around and grade down that we don't have in this particular site. Now, I'll
How many
explain
feet are you trying to go down?
Well, I'm trying to get and this goes back to your other premise, or my premise that you weren't in complete agreement with, which is that the first floor, where at least where I come in and I have my ADA access and my entry and my mailboxes, that would be at the grade at relative to East Putnam Avenue, right? So basically we're at basically 100 here, we're at 98 roughly here. So this is going to be roughly at 100 feet because we would be coming in with curbs and then we would come up a little bit and our ADA access into that would give us 4 to 6 inches to come back up. So this is your 100, this is your 98. This is where I referenced the 2% for the cross. So we looked at coming in basically and sloping down 2% from as close as we could to the apron over here down to the accessible spots, transitioning into a 6% or 5% slope through here, even looking into a speed ramp of roughly 12% here, and by the time you turn back here with another 5 or 6% slope, you basically end up in this area. So by the time within this footprint of the building, you have just gotten below where our first floor would be, and that's. Can you turn your microphone on?
If you exceeded the footprint of the building, that is, a parking structure were greater, some of your geometry would work better.
So I looked at a 12% speed slope, again, from this area, and to get below, you would come here, and you would have to come to here to get this area at the 100 level. If I go all the way to, so go to the street, not go below. Can you turn your microphone back on?
Sorry. Go beyond the boundary of the structure above. In other words, your parking greater area than the above grade.
If we would be about here by the time we were below grade. We'd be at the, we would essentially be here. That would give us our turn in to go down.
Right, well, go ahead and continue. As I said, I think if you
that-
expand your subterranean footprint, you can get more parking than what your letter indicates.
Well, this 12% slope, I can't park on. So I've eliminated all the parking along here. I've eliminated all the parking along there. So I'm left with this portion of the building footprint for parking.
No, I don't think you understand what I'm saying. Is you
want me to go down 2 times?
No, I think if you go down 1 time, but you go all the way to the Neil Lane.
Right, I agree. I can come down here, I can be under the building, but I cannot have any parking along that entire ramp, and that needs to be...
Well, I think you should work hard to maximize the number of parking spots that you can achieve with the scheme that, I'm just talking about. And then let the commission consider, if those are adequate for the number of units.
So you would have us have the fire lane come over the parking? I'm just following the logic, or why we could certainly, we'll be at 8 feet here, we'd have to get planting and lawn out here.
You can plant above the parking structure. I mean, look, it's a matter of engineering and building this thing to sustain, the fire equipment that would come in there. But, from, I think, some of us on the commission's perspective, this is an 80% increase in the FAR. And I think it's worth it to a developer to do these things to help us make this attractive to the neighborhood.
So there's my geometry, which may be refuted, and maybe I can get that to work in a way, but I also have my civil engineer who's wants to speak right now.
Can I just interrupt? I'm hearing maybe a disconnect, and maybe it's just me, but the idea would be not to impose arbitrary, for want of a better word, constraints on what you're going to lose at the surface level, because presumably what you might lose there, you'll gain below. And that's what the goal would be, I believe, is what David is, right?
Which I understand. The problem, though, when I'm talking about the necessity for the speed ramp to be under what's essentially not building a grade plane wall to go underneath on Neil Lane. Right? I'm trying to not impact Neil Lane. But if I'm coming in with a parkable slope that isn't going to basically be turning half of this property into speed ramps, I can only park on half the property, because a ramp if you're going down and you're continuing to go down, those have to stack. And if it's a ramp that's at a pitch or a slope that doesn't, that you can't park on, in this case, twice the level of slope that code permits you to park on, or that's even remotely comfortable, you have to go down 2 levels to achieve that parking.
So I'll put it another way, you backward engineer and see how you fix the parking from a subterranean basis and figure out how many units you can support above grade. If you can't get enough parking under one of these schemes below grade, then perhaps the building simply has to be smaller, fewer units.
It's not a project. I mean, I don't think the developers has an issue with the cost of the parking structure if he has enough units to pay for that construction. But I would argue that by having to go to that level to park underneath 2 levels, that's just getting us to where we're starting.
Well, as I say, you know where your break even is.
Well, I also would like,
And look, in Charlie Mills, for the record, Mills Engineering, when Eric was going through the various gyrations of trying to figure out the geometry of how they could get down, he showed me the footprint. And I just looked at this just from a standpoint, we need to meet the town's drainage manual at some point. We need to do it. With the footprint of that building, if we excavate everything, we're removing 75, 80% of the existing soils from the site. There's almost nothing left. The concept from the beginning with the elevated structure and a permeable parking platform below that we also were filling in, that will give us the volume we need to attenuate flows for the downstream properties and to meet the stormwater manual. So I just looked at it from a practical standpoint of, we need to be able to support this structure. We're painting ourselves in a corner we can never recover from. Even if he came up with a geometry that worked and was able to support the apartment building itself, we wouldn't be able to have the infrastructure required to support that.
Well, maybe the solution
Mills,
is just to
excuse me,
keep it
Dave,
at 0.5 FAR.
Mr. Mills, have you done any test pits out there?
We're scheduling them as we speak.
So we don't know what's actually in the ground?
That's right. And
There's no drainage in the set I have. Have you done a drainage plan?
No, sir.
Okay, so basically you're telling me if I move the building down, I'm going to affect the drainage, but we haven't designed the drainage yet?
Yes.
Okay, great. So can we dispense with that? So we don't know what's going on with the drainage, and we don't know what's going on in the ground because nobody's dug a hole yet. So I'm going to be on the premise that basically it's sand, and we're going to go out there and we can dig a hole to China. Okay? Now, what I really, really would like to have everybody take a really good look at, I have a letter here that says, to get down to 10 feet. Do I have to go to 10 feet? Can it be less than that? Can I go down at least 5 feet, 6 feet? I have site sections here that show a garage height of 9 feet. Do I need a garage height of 9 feet? Can I do it in 8? Can I do it in 7? Let's get some hard things going here, because actually we're kind of dancing around a lot of different things, and we know what the problem is that the building's starting too far out of the ground. We don't know what's in the ground. We haven't done the drainage. We don't know exactly what that garage needs to be. Okay, so really, I think that's the thing that we need to really take a hard look at before we get into anything else.
I understand.
Because I think actually the gable ends and the stuff that's been provided on the sketches, is a step forward, but let's start with it's way too far out of the ground. The reason I'm seeing it's too far out of the ground is that as I went around and looked at all the buildings, they're all 2-story. There's only one building that starts on stilts. That's on the other side of the gas station where the Gems is right now, their office. But everything's 2 stories. There's something on the first floor, retail, something else, office, and it's just the 2 stories. If we're looking at something to fit into the neighborhood, that's what it would be. Your first floor is at grade, or at the street curb. Your parking is below. And whatever you can do to start pushing it down there, even if it's 5 feet to start with, that might be a good idea to look at.
Okay.
Along those lines, if I get your concern, it's that the building height is what is bothering you, or you find particularly difficult in this location compared to the others. Is that
Mr.
correct?
Zambell, can you bring up drawing SK 106? What we've heard time and again from people who are living around the building, but the commission has seen before, is that the mass of the building is overwhelming. And I think actually starting to take a look at how do we reduce the mass of the building. Yes, we're going to do a different roof line, so maybe some of that actually disappears and actually fits in a little bit more of the character or whatever that is of the neighborhood. But right at the beginning, right there at ground floor, which is at 00, which I'm suspecting is the street level.
100 that we're talking.
Right. I'm going to have 9 feet inside a garage. Garage right here, Town Hall, I think is not even 7 feet. but you have a drop-off and pickup in the front, so you don't have to even get a truck inside this thing.
We have to be at least 8'2" for the ADA van, but that's the structure.
So there's 8'2", not 9 feet, right? Okay, so we can start to bring it down, and then you can add in, we don't know what's in the ground, so maybe you can push it down 5 feet. You don't have to go all the way down 10 feet.
But there are ADA vans that are not don't need 8'2".
Building code requires an 8'2" van spot once you have interior spots.
I understand, but that's something we can review.
Building code.
We can review it.
I think you can review it, but I'm not sure the building department's going to approve it if it doesn't meet the code.
It's a discussion item.
Or we take a, okay. But going back to my comment about the height of the building, and I noticed when I was reading the transcript from the last hearing, too, was mentioned the fact that, Mr. McRae, you were not here at that hearing.
No, I was not.
And it was suggested by some of the commission members and the chair that maybe we consider, if we can get more green space, actually going up with the height of the building, and it was remarked that Mr. McRae is not going to like to hear that because he is against the idea of going higher with this building. So we're sensitive to that, but we're trying to deal with, competing issues, obviously. The one with the parking garage is that I'm not sure, no matter what you do, you're going to be able to get enough spots in that parking garage to make it worth it when you're considering the fact you're also having to deal with the drainage issues as well. So if we can,
Has
and
not
right
been
now we
explored
have
yet.
sufficient parking for the building too. So I guess we just had a kind of a, we were kibitzing a little bit before the hearing tonight in the conference room across the hall and looking at some possibilities. I think we can actually get rid of the half story, quite possibly, on the top of this building and still accomplish the number of units we're looking for and pretty much the parking at what we were suggesting tonight, which is about 1.7, 1.75 per unit. I think that's a possibility, and we would go back to, I think it was Mr. Hardman maybe who suggested, or Mr. Lowe, the possibility of using a kind of a false gable roof around the top and regaining some recreation space up there. But we would like to get an indication from the commission that that's the direction you would like us to possibly go at. That way, I think we can solve your issue with the height possibly and the appearance and for the neighbors too. By reducing it, I think we can reduce it down to about 40 feet. So that would be chopping off almost 8 feet off the top of the building. And as I say, getting rid of that half story.
I like the idea of height along the avenue and a reduction in the height along Neil Lane. I think that does meet our objectives. I think it's a good idea.
Okay. I mean, I think that resolves the issue. The concern I have, Mr. Arvin, with your comment is that maybe you should just reduce the building to 0.5 FAR. Is that then again, you're getting rid of the whole incentive, obviously, for the moderate income housing at that point. It doesn't lend itself to the project. So hopefully that's a compromise. If we can figure out a way of doing it, getting rid of that half story, bringing the height back down to make it work. We may have to knock off a unit or two, which would probably make you happy, but in order to do it. But we were putting pen to paper again tonight after the presentation yesterday and looking at that.
3 units in the half story?
3 units in the half story, yep. Two bedroom and one bedroom, or two 1 bedroom and 1 2 bedroom.
If you were getting back to this ramp idea and having having half of this parking subterranean, you could have the ramp on, as it's going down, could have parking on either side. So
I think it can because of the slope, as I understand it, in order to achieve what we're trying to achieve.
But if you had a 4% slope,
yes,
you'd be fine. And it could be intermittent anyway. But
yes, absolutely. So what we explored was in a 5 to 6 slope, you get down 3 feet from here to here. So we could certainly, but it's almost 6 feet if that works, on 2 sides, So it becomes a design question in terms of where the entry is and how do you transition from an elevator from a lower, and what's the front of the building to the street. But we can work through that.
Yeah.
But we can basically get most of our parking at grade that you would require under the current scheme, where we're just a little shy of the spaces. If we reduce number of units too, obviously we could, I think, be right there without having to excavate at all to achieve that. And lower the building, though, at the same time, if we get rid of that half story, which I think achieves what you're trying to achieve without having to go through the machinations of figuring out how you're going to work through this parking garage to get how many spaces, which may be fairly limited. I think at one point, Eric, you were talking about maybe you can pick up 12 or 14 spaces down there. So you're not talking about a lot for what you're going through and the disturbance of this lot. And also then competing with the drainage issues that you have to address. So I think that could be the solution, and as I said, we spent some time before appearing before you tonight discussing this and how it might work, and I think if you're good with it, we could pursue that concept. I mean, we can do it simultaneously in parallel tracks if you want and look at the parking issue some more as well, but I think that might resolve it.
What do you guys think?
No, I don't think it's adequate. I think much more could be done. There's a tremendous increase in the FAR. It's 80% increase. And for that, I think the community, Riverside in particular, should have something that's more in keeping with the scale. One thing we did talk about last hearing was a schematic of how this fits in the skyline of what's there. And we know McDonald's is on one side, Pet Pantry, but those schematics would be helpful. And by the way, these schematics were very helpful, so I commend you for bringing those to us. But I think we're going to have to see this in the context of the streetscape.
Well, we did show you the last hearing, we had photographs of the streetscape, and it's acknowledged by us that most of the buildings, they can't be more than 2.5 stories tall because of the zone. And so the height's restricted as well, obviously to 35 feet, I believe. So you're not going to find other examples of this kind of structure along that streetscape for the most part. And in part, though, you have to recognize that none of those other structures have any moderate income housing in them either. So when you pass this regulation with the incentives and looked at particularly at the LB zone, which this is part of, and is on the post road, and it's all those things that you were looking to encourage in this location, I think that was a consideration that, yes, we're going to give an incentive to go up higher. Now, we're not asking for the 47.5 feet. I think we can come down to more closer to 40 feet and address that issue without having to, again, disturb this entire property, or go down to 0.5 FAR, which just kills it altogether.
Well, let's go back and say it one more time for the record. I think more work can be done. We got a bunch of smart development team here, and show us some other alternatives that do reduce the height, reduce the bulk. Those are the central issues here.
Okay, so
Did you guys kind of, let me just interrupt for just a second. Did you, I'm not hearing a lot of weigh-in on the revised design itself, and I think.
No, I think this is a step in the right direction.
How about everybody else? Just kind of comment on it. Mr. Yeski, too.
It's definitely more developed and
No,
Oh, yes.
go. We always want to hear from you.
How many
Please.
moderate income units do we get out of this?
Whether it's called for in the regulations, you get 4 out of 20 units.
So the town gets 4 moderate income units, and it has this kind of a size of the building. I don't know. This is an incentive, right, that we have flexibility on. This is not something that's a right in that sense.
Yeah, we've gone, Katie, I mean, you would agree with that it says up to 0.9, and we can do it or not.
Right.
Well, you have your special permit 6/17 review, so you can always deep six it if you want to. I would argue that when you pass this regulation after 5 years of study, planning and tweaking, et cetera, that this is what
You are aware
intended.
there's a moratorium. You got in underneath the moratorium, I
That's correct.
understand that.
Yep.
I hope everybody understands that this is coming in, before we get the moratorium on this, because it's the exact issue that we have. That's why we have the moratorium. This one's gotten underneath of it. So we're faced with this issue. It's 4 units, and the size of this unit, I agree with Mr. Hartman, that I'm not sure it's worth it. And
we
this
just
was a
went through-
discretion on the part of the commission, right? I don't want to get into legal trouble here, but.
Katie just nodded. Let Katie answer that. Katie,
There's
will
a
you
kind
want
of time where you just simply
Hold on
say
a second.
no.
Let Katie comment.
I mean, the regulation is that if you use any of the incentives, and there's many of them, so it's the height, it's FAR, and some things having to do with parking and access and whatever, but the thing that is key is that you have to do the 20% unit. So obviously you've met that, the 20%.
Correct.
But as you point out, it's an incentive-based regulation, and you have your special permit considerations as part of it. So all of those other things that you guys are raising are absolutely appropriate to be discussing with the applicant, particularly given that this is a preliminary. But
Which is why we made it preliminary, so we could have this discussion. But if I sense that there's no way that certain members of the commission feel that they would ever authorize a development like this in this site, then we're not going to keep pursuing it and spending the money doing that.
Yeah, and I think one of the key things is the location. So, and this is a general commentary, this is not necessarily specific to this, but the reason that we have varied incentives in the regulation is that it's not going to fit every site. So we've had some applications that have come in here where FAR is just not even an issue at all. I mean, that wasn't part of the considerations, and what they ran into was issues with parking. So the point is, FAR is not always going to be the stop. There's plenty of other variability because there is variability in the sites. And you have an interesting situation here where you've got a very busy intersection with Exit 5 and the shopping center, et cetera, and you have low-lying buildings around it and residential behind it. So you've got a lot of interesting and unique conditions here that you have to work with. So hence the reason we have those special permit conditions that allow the commission to consider the off-site impacts. And this site is going to be different than other sites along the Post Road that may be perfect for this type of development.
I don't disagree with you, Katie, but the LB zone specifically is referenced in the section 6-110, and there is really, this is the largest LB zone by far in this town. There are very few LB zones, as you know. And so I think that was considered, in fact, when you granted these incentives specific to the LB zone, and anticipated that you would have sites like this, if not this exact site, because it's very hard to find many other sites along the Post Road in this LB zone, in this section, that would meet the criteria. Plus, I'd also like to mention the fact that we're not seeking to use all the incentives. We can bring ourselves under the lot coverage, for instance. We're not that much over what's the building coverage. We meet all the setback requirements. We can meet the parking requirements under this current plan. So there's lots of things that we are meeting, in fact. We're not looking for all the incentives to be granted in this case. But again, we're here in preliminary. We wanted to get your feedback, so it's good to know if it's a non-starter.
Well, let me just clarify, because I'm by no means opposed to this size development in this location with 4 units of moderate income housing, which the town, very much needs. I'm just encouraging you from an engineering standpoint to do some of the same things you've, I think, successfully done architecturally, is try to get over one of the other major objections you heard at the last meeting. And I'm confident, given the team that the developers assembled, that you can improve this.
Thank you, Mr. Hartman. I guess my question, though, is does that mean that it's a non-starter for you if we can't put the parking underground, or is it a consideration for you if we can, again, get rid of the half-story, so we're not looking for the full incentives on the stories, lower the height of the building from 47.5 feet to 40 feet, so again, we're not looking for the full incentives for the height, and therefore having the cumulative effect of reducing the size of the building, at least its appearance of size, generally speaking? I mean, does it make a difference whether the parking's underground, which allows us to come down a bit, or whether we just come down a bit and keep the parking at grade, which we can do?
I can toss it back to you. I think it's up to you to come back. I think it's not just me, the others on the commission, I think, share this view, and it's not we're saying go away because this will never work. I think you've heard, in particular, Mr. Levy and Mr. McRae discuss several, hybrids, I'd call them, but I think there are creative solutions here that will still make this very viable from your client standpoint, as well as attractive to the community.
Well, I think we have to consider, too, if we're going to do, how far we're going to go with the soil testing, for instance, and the engineering of the drainage, which is certainly going to be a consideration for this property, too. It's not just the geometry of the architecture in order to achieve that. There are other considerations, so. Charlie,
Just
Mr.
because-
Yeski, after you had your point clarified, you want to add to that, to what you?
No, well, you were looking for options. I'd love to see a building here that has maybe 0.7. By quick numbers, that looks to me, I'll take 2 or 3 units, probably 2. I bet it's going to be smaller, less bulky. The parking will not be a problem. It'll have more green space. It'll probably fit into the neighborhood better, certainly the streetscape. Economically, maybe your break-even changes at that point. I don't know. That's the kind of option I would be looking at, as opposed to, I'm going to change the degree on the parking ramp 1/2 so that I can get 6 extra spaces. That's kind of the option I'm thinking. But you're lucky, I'm not voting on this, so guess what?
You never know. There's a long road ahead for them, and sometimes you end up voting unexpectedly, so you just participate and let the chips fall eventually. Anybody else want to make comments? Mr. Lowe?
I would
Ms.
say,
Goss?
I appreciate your frustration about the response you're getting. But I think what you're hearing is that we think there are other options in terms of an approach. And it's not just a clear-cut, well, if we can't figure out how to put the cars underground, then that's it. I don't think that's what anybody is saying here. And I think if you take the sum of what Mr. Yeski said, Mr. Hardman, and others, it's still very fungible. I mean, there are a bunch of moving parts, and we can't be the ones to tell you what to do. But you all, as Mr. Hardman says, you're smart guys and a good team. You can figure out alternatives to some of the obstacles that have presented themselves.
And I appreciate you saying that, and I just wanted to give for your consideration, I wanted to reiterate what I was saying. And Mr. McRae raised a very good point about we haven't done soil testing yet, but we have done borings. Essentially in August, the driest part of the year, we saw the water table at 8 feet. Now, soils typically around here, I'd figure we'd be very, very lucky if we went down 4 feet, 5 feet without hitting a restrictive layer. And I'm just looking again at the practicality of doing underground parking on the site. I've done several projects where we've had underground parking. One that was just was through the courts, I believe, recently on Millbank and Havemeyer, which is situated on a hillside where you could build into the hill, and we have 3 feet of fill on top of the parking area itself where we can construct it. We're at grade with the street level, but that's not the primary consideration why I'm looking at this. I'm just looking at it from protecting the downslope neighbors and things like that, where now we can no longer get out to the post road from one side of the building to the other because the excavation is traversing the entire property. And again, this is a big building because of the incentives, and we're essentially removing all this area as you look down, right, in plan view from the property. And, there's a limit. We're governed by what's physically possible to achieve. And I just wanted, again, to give it to you for your consideration. And I'm looking at this that, it may not be possible to support underground parking on the site because it's level, just because.
Let me go a different direction.
Yeah.
So forget the underground parking, keep it on grade. What if you just got rid of, made it 12 units? What's the viability of the project at that stage? Still moderate income, but could you just speak to that?
I guess Andy can speak to that better than I could. Andy, do you want to address that? Not feasible. That's what my client tells me.
Does that mean that forget moderate income altogether? Is it because of let me ask you, is it not feasible because of the moderate income, or it's not feasible because of location or, residential in that area? You have to be on the mic.
Andrew Toth, contract vendee for the property. Basically, Chip and I have done our homework as what we require to have the number of units and the number of affordable housing units that we can go with. Otherwise, we have to seek alternative applications. Very simple.
Meaning no moderate income?
No, I didn't say that.
Can you expand a bit?
No, I just, if the commission is going to push to reduce it to a 0.5, as Mr. Hartman said in his comments, if you go back and play the tapes, he said, well, maybe you should go down to 0.5. That's, then why am I doing incentives?
Right.
Okay, so that's not a possibility. We have a number of units that we would like to accomplish with affordable units, and if we can't do that based on the pricing in the town of Greenwich for land, it's not feasible. You're trying to make us do something
So you don't
with
like-
the land prices in Greenwich that's not feasible. But yet you have all of these incentives for developers such as me to come in and present, and then you push back on it.
Right.
So I'll be perfectly clear. There's an
get that.
application called an 830G.
Right.
And if I can't go with what we need to, and maybe we can take it offline in a workshop with you and present what we can do,
That would be, if.
then I just
Do
can't go
you
any
have
lower.
in your head?
18 and 3.
18 and 3 is 21.
No. 18 units, 3 affordable.
That's what, okay.
That's
below 20%.
But you can round down based on your regulation to the next
So-
number.
And what kind of FAR do you figure that gives?
Well, like we said, we can eliminate the top floor. We would reduce whatever building size we can to get below, to reduce it down. I don't know if we can get to an 8 or not, we have to go back and do some homework.
Okay.
And you have to be careful. Unfortunately, the property is expensive in Greenwich, right? So in order to do that, we have to have a certain rent roll, and we also have to have a certain size of units that allows for that rent roll to take place.
Okay.
What do you think the FAR would be? I'm sorry, with the
I don't
18
know.
and 3?
We'd have to do a little bit of homework.
Do they have it, hold on, you can do the math.
We were
I
just
can do the
talking
math.
about it this evening, so we
Right,
started thinking it
Go, hold on.
conceptually, if, based on the briefing from yesterday, if we were to make changes to it, what could we do to make it more attractive? And this is what we kind of came up with, and we'd have to do the numbers that went with the FAR.
So just theoretically, could you just go to the elevation? Sorry. So what did you say? They would take off that top story? Is that what I understood?
The half story on the very top.
So
remove
take that
that.
whole thing off right there.
Right, and then do a gable roof around, a kind of a continuous gable.
Right.
And that would actually, if it was a false gable too, we could recreate the recreational space up on the top.
Still get
as
that on
well,
there.
but we could get it down, we think, from 47 and a half feet, we think, to
To
like
about
40 feet.
80%.
Right.
So that was the idea.
And does that, just architecturally, does it make sense to still have that type of style if you're going to go to those number of units? Do you think?
The gables would look a little bit differently, it'd be more of a kind of a wraparound, what do you call it, Eric?
I think so. So you guys are close. I think this could work. I just did arithmetic. I said, if the units reduce the FAR proportionately, which might not happen, but it could, just assuming you would be at like 0.8, so we were talking 0.75 most of the time yesterday. So if that's pretty close to working, that would be a good thing. And now there's a trade-off, which is to have and I think the commission's got to answer this for you, is the height versus having more outdoor space, because you can't do both. Even at the 0.75, 0.8 kind of range, you wouldn't, if you shrink the building down, you can make it shorter, but you might not be able to so it's which direction do you want to give it up? I'm talking unclearly,
We
but.
may be able to decrease the footprint, but we can get.
You've got to get on the mind.
And see, and I'm of two minds on that, because there's a lot of me that would rather have a smaller footprint and have like nice green space around it. So I really the commission has to give you guidance on that, because it's not, I think on that, we have to say to you, look, this is what we'd rather have. If you have to make that choice, here's where we'd rather have you go. Do you guys have a sense of that?
Yes, I like the idea of doing as much as possible along the lane, which would mean moderating the height, the bulk, more green space, something of that sort along the lane.
But you can't he may not be able to do both, that's the
I
problem.
understand.
So
But
where would you go?
conceptually, And then adding height to the avenue just makes a lot more sense to me. And that would be the way I would
Yeah, I'm confused.
would do that.
I'm confused.
So-
How do you add height? What do you mean height? Oh,
So
so
instead of
you're saying having the front of the building be taller, the back of the building be lower,
Yes.
then you're able to reduce the footprint, and you get the best of all worlds? You good with that? Did he need to identify himself, or you?
I did.
Okay, good, sorry.
I'm getting different things from
I know.
different commissioners.
I know, and so we gotta reach a
We can go up
consensus.
higher and decrease the
So-
footprint and create more green
We're
space.
gonna
I don't
get-
have a problem with that.
Okay, we're gonna
Or
give you a
if
consensus.
Mr. Hartman wants less height,
Yeah.
so I know you saying that we have to come in and tell you what we want, but I'm getting mixed
If you're looking
signals
for-
here of
you're
what
asking her or
we
me?
would like. So,
This is an apartment building. The amount of green space you're going to get ain't much. It's not dense apartment. There's a lot of area people can walk in that. I'd rather have less building. I'd rather have a little more building and less green space. That's the exact opposite of what you said 5 minutes ago.
Okay, I'm willing to go with the consensus on this one.
Does reducing taking off the half-story decrease the FAR? Or does the gables area count in the FAR?
Sure, it's got to count.
So,
There are going to be there are 3 units there.
but if they take off the half unit, there won't be 3 units there. If they take off the half-story, there won't be 3
I think
units
the goal
there.
would be is to decrease the FAR, decrease the units, decrease 1 unit of affordable, and let us go back and see if we can do that. But I don't want to go back and come in with a tall building and then come back and
Right. No, we
somebody
get it.
says, no,
That's
we
a
don't want
fair
that, we want it wider.
It's
So
fair, it's
If I
fair.
can get a little direction as
Yeah, it's
We're-
very
we're
fair.
trying to get
then,
it.
then we can do our homework.
It's
and-
very fair, Mr. Tuss. We should give you a consensus and we should stick to it, because otherwise we're making you jump through hoops, and that's not fair to you. One of the reasons we have the moratorium is actually that we want to do something that's very clear, so a developer knows exactly where it's going to head, instead of doing the discussion we're doing now. Anybody else have thoughts? So far, we're leaning, Nick just nodded, he and Yeski are more inclined to reduce height rather than footprint because of the visual impact on the neighborhood, and that it's, so you're trying to balance it.
I'm
And-
most concerned with the streetscape on the lane.
On Neil Lane, so he wants it lower, I think.
I just want to,
Okay.
anything to reduce the impact on the lane, height, bulk,
Okay.
more green space, whatever
That's
that
good.
is, that's my most important directive.
And Mr. Hardman?
Yeah, look, I have no problem with a .9 FAR. The town needs both affordable units as well as moderate. But I do think, if you creatively look at some of Mr. McCry's suggestions regarding the height of the parking,
I think you got it.
floor to ceiling, look at getting as much as you can below grade. I think there's very likely a solution that yields the full 20 units. I don't have an issue with the FAR, but I do think, what this building looks like is quite important to the town.
So it's massing again.
So I think the incentive's there for good reason, as I said earlier. I came back about the .5 FAR simply because I didn't think I was getting my point across about, working more to find a solution on the parking or the height. And you've responded in one stroke on height about that third floor. But I think there might be something where you don't have to sacrifice the third floor if you do something on the parking side.
Okay.
Ms. Goss?
I think that the potential prospective apartment dwellers can opt to move into an apartment where there's not a lot of green space if they want, because there are parks in town, and we have to make some compromises somewhere.
Okay. And Mr. Love, same thing. Okay, so,
Can I just say one comment?
Yeah, because they got to record.
Macri, and I know we haven't done the drainage, and we appreciate that we'll be able to come in on it. We've done some deep boring tests on the east side of the property, and Charlie has that information. I think our goal is eventually we have to have an outflow pipe, right, to drainage on Neil Lane or the Post Road. So if we're going to go deep and our drainage is going there, how do we get it back out?
Up to Mr. Mills to figure out.
Not if the invert of the catch basin on Post Road is at such a height and we're down here. How are we supposed to get that water out?
That's it. Mr. Mills should figure that out.
Well,
Because he.
but I don't.
Mr. Toth?
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying, but, you know, we have to deal with the
What
engineering
I'm doing,
department.
as you asked, I'm offering suggestions.
Okay.
Understanding, yes, we have a couple of different ideas, a couple of different solutions, those kind of things. We're offering ideas to give to your design team to figure out.
And I think what they're really resisting, okay, well, this is going to go into the record. I think what everybody's really resisting is that when we see the apartment buildings that go up and have the parking that's visible from the street, it just doesn't, nobody really, you know, people say, oh, looks like one of the towns on either side of us. And that's what I think you're getting a little pushback about with all the burying the parking, so that if the building, if the parking was not, it was managed in a way that it wasn't really visible, like right now it looks like it's very open. See, you can totally tell that that's parking all along the underneath. That doesn't have to be that way. So if the building had less mass and you couldn't tell that the parking was there on the grade, it would be better, right, you guys?
You won't see it. It's not going to be open. You won't see cars.
I mean, but how you see, like right now, it looks like you're going to see this like line of blank wall or open areas between the pillars. And that is, there's a town to the west of us that does that a fair amount. And that's what I think that's what
Those are on the east and the west side. In the north and the south, Neil Lane and the Post Road, you won't be able to see the parking underground.
Okay, that'll work.
We also are providing,
Okay.
the original plan was to provide 4 garage doors, but now we would only need 2.
Okay,
You
and
won't
I-
see from the backside.
Okay, I
So
mean, I
it's
think,
closed on Neil Lane. And remember, you have a retaining wall. I don't know if you've been to the site. You have a 5-foot
Yeah, I
retaining
haven't-
wall
I
at
haven't-
McDonald's, and you have a 5-foot
Yeah, yeah.
fence on top of that, and that's where it's going to go. So in order to see that parking, you need to come onto our property.
Don't
put
walk
your
away from
back
the
to
mic too far.
retaining
Come back, come
wall,
back.
And then look in,
okay. So I
or
think.
go on the roof of McDonald's.
I think if it's not perceivable or whatever the word is, that, you know, that whole level is parking and the building has less overall mass, I think it'll work. Now, and it sounds like we can get to your number,
Okay.
a number that works for you. Why don't we do this? How would you feel about stopping for public comment? And then after we do the public comment, let's integrate takeaways from that.
That's fine. And if we, again, after that, and however you might decide after the public comment to give us further direction, I think it'd be
Yeah.
very appreciated. And
And-
the public comment would be helpful in that regard, too.
And we need to talk about, one of the things I need to ask the commission, so they're thinking about it now, is I think you need to come back one more time with the massing figured out before you go to ARC, and I don't mean to preempt them, but I don't mean to stick them with that part of the problem either, because if you get them focusing on the massing, the size should be decided, the bulk should pretty much, then they can play around the architectural design, but otherwise you're going to get caught in a back and forth.
Which is why we're here anyway, so,
Yeah, yeah.
right, okay.
Yeah,
good.
you don't want to do ping pong.
Okay.
Oh, Commission ping pong.
Mr. Zambell, do you have the colored, the sketch elevations? Do you have that for the street sides? I'm thinking of
The color ones that we were looking.
The Neil Lane
No, I think they
exposure,
only,
and then the.
no, they, oh, wait, come back.
have those ones.
Yeah, that's nice. Okay, leave that so people can see
And
it.
that's the southern exposure and the east?
But we don't have those provided to us digitally.
On the laptop.
Okay.
This is, we're trying to work in sketches, the computer stuff, even though it's on the computer.
Right.
Yeah, just want to make sure we have it for the record, it's fine.
And we don't have a northern or a western elevation? Okay.
Okay, let's go to public comment then. Thank you, everybody, for being so patient. I know it's late. Mr. Conway, are you telling us goodbye or are you coming to speak? Okay. Okay, come on up.
As you know, I attend a lot of these meetings.
You know,
I'm
you're becoming the P&Z
I'm thinking
expert.
this area looks very much similar to Sheeps Hill Road and the Post Road. You have buried parking over there, though. You don't, you're saying now that you can't do it here, but it was achieved, or is going to be achieved, on Sheeps Hill Road. Sheeps Hill Road is lower than where this development is in the Post Road. If you look at that development, starting at McDonald's, you're high up. You come down on the Post Road towards Sheeps Hill. So I disagree that there's probably, you may have run into a stream, but you can get rid of water. There shouldn't be any water underneath it. So you can bury the parking, and then you only have 2 stories. And that solves your problem about how tall you are, and kind of keeps the place looking residential. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conway. Anybody else want to speak from the public? Yes, sir. I'm sorry, I acknowledged him, and then you're next. Yeah, he stood, sorry. I forgot your name, too, but I'm sorry, I nodded at him and didn't see you. Go ahead, sir.
I prepared a statement here for the commission, so I'll just read what I've written here.
Can you identify yourself for the record?
Sure. My name is Joseph Smith.
Yes, sir.
And I'm here to address the commission. Chairman Albin, Director DeLuca, members of the Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission, thank you for affording me the opportunity to address you this evening. I know I speak for all Greenwich property owners in expressing my gratitude for your service. My name is Joseph Smith. My wife and I have lived on Griffith Road, about a 10-minute walk from 1205 East Putnam Avenue, since 2008. My wife, a Greenwich High School graduate since college, has spent her entire professional career in Central Greenwich with the same major well-regarded national brokerage and investment firm. I arrived in Greenwich in 1985 to take on the role of office manager at a once well-known Greenwich Avenue insurance agency. I share these details to assure you we have a very good sense of what makes Greenwich, Greenwich. Next month, I'll be sworn in for my first term representing District 12 as a member of the representative town meeting, serving as an alternate on the Parks and Recreation Committee. As an RTM member-elect, I feel it is my obligation to speak here tonight on behalf of the residents of District 12, whose lives will be directly impacted by this proposal. Before diving into the heart of my comments, I'd like to offer my heartiest congratulations to the commission, and with a call out to Ms. Albin and Ms. DeLuca for a very hard-won adoption of the plan. I lost my track here.
That's okay.
The Plan of Conservation and Development, long-awaited and thoughtfully crafted 2019 Plan of Conservation and Development. Kudos to you and the entire commission for an extraordinary accomplishment.
Thank you.
With the vision of a future Greenwich now clearer, allow me to share my observations on how the proposal for 1205 East Putnam Avenue squares with the 2019 POCD. The executive summary lists several of our town's strengths, as well as many of its challenges. Unfortunately, this proposal erodes many of Greenwich's strengths and only exacerbates many of its challenges. Specifically, ongoing development pressure, demolition of historic structures, loss of community character. While the current structure of the site is of little architectural merit and not of significant historic value, to my knowledge at least, it is the only single-family residential structure left standing on the Post Road between the Stamford Line and the Mianus River, until recently still used for that purpose, on one of the last remaining residential lots of its size. Replacing it with a structure that has a usage intensity more than 20 times greater would be a devastating blow to what little exists of community character for that stretch of the Post Road. Another bullet item, lack of moderate or affordable priced housing. While 4 of the 20 proposed units will be classified as moderate income, can we honestly say the proposal genuinely addresses affordable housing needs beyond the narrowest definitions as the law requires? I don't see it. Another bullet point, increased traffic volume and infractions. This proposal will add up to 40 more vehicles in an area that for decades has been choked at all hours with vehicular traffic, notwithstanding studies that were not done at any time that I've ever been through that intersection, which is almost on a daily basis. This area also presents in clear and present danger to any who venture through it as a pedestrian. Adding that many vehicles to an area already grossly inadequate for the current traffic volume simply makes no sense. The last bullet point I want to address is reliability of infrastructure, energy demand, and water resources. Those are separate bullet points I'm combining here. About 3 months ago, the sewer line on our street, about a quarter mile away from the proposed site, failed.
I remember that.
It required several weeks of round-the-clock work to remediate, and it's still not trustworthy, to put it bluntly. This has unfortunately become a not all that unusual occurrence throughout town. So putting 20 households where there is now one, including the flushing of 20 toilets where there are now only 2, will tax an already overburdened system. Again, allowing this proposal to proceed would make the POCD an exercise in futility. The bottom line is that the site simply cannot support the magnitude of intensity of use the proposal contemplates. On behalf of District 12, I urge the Commission to deny this application outright. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, sir. And congratulations again on D12.
Thank you.
It's a good district.
Thank you, Marty.
Sir, you were next. Come on. It was your turn. Come on.
Okay.
And if you would give us your name.
Bob Forsbauer, 24 Neil Lane.
Hi.
First off, a lot better. This is a
Good.
lot better.
Good. I'm so glad.
Right.
And we had the
And-
same impression.
Yeah, so I mean, if they can make it work, the fact that you guys basically cut Neil Lane off, that, it's going to help.
Okay.
That will help.
Okay.
Now, when
We
I-
weren't sure, but we were willing to try it. Everybody tried it, which was really nice
Yeah,
of them
I
to
mean,
do. Good.
if you guys can make this work, I don't think I'd object to what I've seen tonight.
Okay.
Okay? Might I just say, I recently constructed my house. I went down 12 feet, just a big bunch of potatoes. So there was no ledge, just FYI. I don't know if that's gonna,
Oh, potatoes are big rocks. Got it.
Yeah, is that what they call?
Like,
Yeah.
really? Potatoes? I'm so confused. Sorry.
Yeah, well, is that what they call them?
It is.
Potatoes, yeah.
Potatoes.
That's what my contractor called them. I had
Oh,
a
you
potato
know,
farm.
of course, because her husband's in the excavating business, so Katie, of course, knows what potatoes are.
That's glacier till. In other words, it's the rounded rock that came
Yep.
at the end of the glacier.
These weren't rock, these were boulders.
Well, to them, it's a little rock. Glaciers are big.
Yeah, I mean, I think you guys are doing a great job with this. And, hopefully both sides can, or all sides can come to a happy medium. And I trust in your guidance. So thanks.
Thank you, sir. And now we have another RTM member from D12 coming up. Go ahead. Don, Mr. Wyko. You pronounce it Wyko, correct?
On Wyko, right.
Wyko.
I live over on Park Place, private road off of Neil Lane, which, not to say the least, it's the traffic over there because of the shopping center is hazardous. Sometimes you can't even get out of on my own street, Park Place. You have to wait because people race through the stop signs on the shopping center to get so they can catch the green light. Secondly, if this apartment building is built, I don't see how anybody, if they're going to go shopping, for example, at the shopping center, they're going to drive out of their parking lot and go up Neil Lane and cause more traffic problems. If they, right now, people that go to McDonald's park anywhere. I'm sure they'll park on their front, right where their pavement is in the front of their building. I know they will. People do not have any consideration for other people's property. And like I said, the traffic, what we should have stopped was the signs on the thruway that allowed people to notify people that there's a McDonald's at exit 5, when just right up at exit 13, there's plenty of place to park, and it's adapted for get on and get off easily. What else? As far as what this gentleman, where he left, as far as the boulders concerned, there are big rocks in that property. We dug a gas line to my neighbor up the street. They had a rock this big come out of the street.
Okay.
So a lot of it's all filled in from years ago.
Wow.
And it's not very, I don't, as far as the percolating problem, water, I don't have that problem. When I dug my foundation, I had nice bank run gravel.
Okay.
Drained perfect.
Okay.
But I didn't need it because I pumped it out anyway. But I'm concerned with the traffic. And again, if you rent to I don't know what the rents are going to be for these apartments.
It's for people who
Yeah, I know,
work in town.
80%, like $1,000 a unit.
No, it's higher than that. Yeah, it's higher than
How
that.
much, 15?
1,600 roughly.
$1,600 a unit. There's going to be a lot of transitions. A lot of people are going to be moving in and moving out.
You know, I'm not sure. I'm trying to think. We don't get much turnover in these units, I don't think. We could find that out for you, but as I
Okay, but
remember, the person who administers these in town works for Katie.
Yeah.
And we could check that, but as I remember, she doesn't get to open the list very often.
Yeah, it's 3 or 4 a year.
It's not many. Now, and these are mostly going to be people like town employees and teachers, police,
That's only for
nurses.
4 apartments.
Excuse me?
That's only on 4 apartments, teachers
Right.
and police and whatnot.
Yeah, so they'll all of them will be in, no, just kidding.
But, I lost my train
I'm
of
sorry,
thought.
you said that it's going to have high turnover, and I said, we can check that for you, what the turnover is usually like.
Right. Well, as far as that, if they built condominiums there, it would be a lot better than building those apartment buildings. I mean, then you could even face Park Place, Neil Lane, I mean, because it's, now people own the property and are going to take care of it,
Yeah.
But people that rent,
So what's been happening, and I'll answer this for the developer, what we've seen and what we keep hearing from developers is there's just a trend for people, the younger people are not buying as much, they want to rent. They're delaying the buying decision much longer. This is one of the things that we talked to you about that Greenwich faces as a challenge, and that we were telling you about when we were at D12, that people are delaying buying, they're delaying settling down, they're delaying kids, and that's a challenge for a lot of the houses around Greenwich are ending up renting out, even though they've been previously.
I can appreciate that. I mean,
So,
it is expensive to
That's
move
why
to
the
Greenwich.
developers, but even in general, just nationwide, one of the statistics that we came across on the POCD was rents are 23% higher, Dave, than before the recession.
But in the
Nationwide.
POCD, it tells you that a person that, if you go 20%, it's, they have to pay only $1,300 or $1,600 for a
They're not
unit.
wanting to buy. The thing is that they're not wanting to buy. And people, there's a huge demand for rental, and that's why the developers are going in the direction of rental, because they're not able to sell as much. That's what they're telling us. Okay, a digression, but just to explain to you where
Anyway,
that is. Okay, so rental, buy, turnover, go ahead, sorry.
Just want to convey that it's going to cause a traffic problem, as we already have up there. People are going to park wherever they want to park. They'll park on their property or wherever they see a parking space, especially when they go to McDonald's and they miss the entrance to McDonald's on the post road. They're going to pull right in there and go up to McDonald's because they do it all the time. And anyway, the only other thing is obviously is the exit onto Neil Lane. They should have a green coverage that covers Neil Lane that covers their property, and no exit or entrance.
It'll be closed off.
Neil Lane. I know they have a fire lane.
Well, and the fire trucks have, they'll probably open it remotely. That's normally what the emergency vehicle.
They get all kinds of different things to get in the fire lane. But we also we have big cutters that cut wire. But the only vehicle that's going to go back there is going to be a ladder truck. It's not going to be a pumper. A ladder truck weighs a lot, and it needs a lot of room. Because they're going to have to get, if something happens on the roof or something, that's where they have to go.
Now, we'll get sign off in the fire department before we go forward. they'll have signed
Okay,
up.
well, I'm just telling you, I was
Yeah.
on a department for 32 years.
Oh, so you know. Okay, but we'll get, what's Joe's
And, you know,
successor?
if that back road is not solid enough, it ain't gonna hold the fire trucks.
Okay, so we know to follow up on that. Okay.
That's it.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else, ma'am? She stood up a nanosecond first, but he's closer. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, Richard Cleary, 24 Park Place. I originally came tonight just to address my issues with the traffic situation, which I guess at the moment is off the table on Neil Lane. They're not going to have an
Well,
entry or exit.
But this commissioner here at the briefing yesterday was concerned that there would still be some impact on Neil Lane. Just telling you the truth.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's a whole issue on itself. I mean, that intersection outside of McDonald's is the worst intersection in town. There's accidents there all the time. They're fender benders, so you don't hear about anything. I'm surprised someone hasn't been run over crossing from McDonald's to the shopping center. But there's no traffic light there. The stop signs no one pays attention to. Adding 40 vehicles coming around Neil Lane into that intersection, which is over capacity, it gets blocked. People don't know what to do, what lanes to get into. If you've ever been in there, you know exactly what I'm talking about. We had this discussion when they opened up the Verizon building over there. Now there's a Jersey Mike's. You can't go there at lunchtime anymore. Coming off of Neil Lane to go into the shopping center, the stop sign is at a drop, and you have to look over a rise. There's no flashing yellow light that you should have there for the people coming off the highway, the southbound highway. They fly in at 40 miles an hour with the big sign saying, "I have the right of way, get out of my way." There's no car there. You leave the stop sign going 2 miles an hour, and in 2 seconds there's someone going 40 miles an hour at you that wasn't there a minute ago when you looked. Those are issues that go on every day in that intersection. I've been living at Park Place 20 years. I can't get to or from my house without going through that intersection. So I've probably been through it over 40,000 times. So the traffic studies are worthless. They don't mean anything. I've been through it 40,000 times, and I've walked by it without even driving my car. So the traffic's a mess. 40 more cars there is just a disaster, especially without some sort of a traffic light or something. Now, I know that's not your department, but they're just going to get stuck on Neil Lane, or they're going to go up, past the stop sign, block the entrance to McDonald's, and then it's just everyone sits there. So it's either everyone sits there or it's road warrior, and everyone just makes a go of it and shuts their eyes. So that's my main concern. If it comes up, which it probably will, well, we have to, for some reason, open up an entrance on Neil Lane. That's why I'm saying it now. At the moment, it doesn't seem to be an option, but my experience is it'll come up at some time, and I might not be here to say it. So I'm saying it now. Do not let, Neil Lane can't handle it. You know, that intersection is a disaster, and someone's going to get hurt.
Reminds me of Davenport. We had an applicant recently that came in and wanted to open. Okay.
All right, thank you.
And we can look at a lot of the traffic. So, ma'am, sorry for the delay.
Oh, it's okay. I'm Mary Flynn, and I'm from District 12 as well, and I hadn't really intended to speak, so forgive me, but you did a great job with the POCD. I've been listening all night, and when you were saying that the younger people are not interested in buying, I think it's because they can't. I think it's because the prices are so high, and I think a lot of the reason that the prices are so high are because all the investors are buying the lower-priced properties, and they get very good tax breaks. So I don't think it's a matter of desire. So with this, my concern is that you'll have 3 or 4 moderately priced one-bedrooms. Does that hurt? I mean, does that help?
Every little bit.
But if you...
It's like trees.
One-bedrooms, yeah?
They won't necessarily be one-bedrooms.
Well, there's 5 of them in the... How many one-bedrooms?
They have to make it comparable to the rest of the building, so we'll see,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
So,
But that was my,
Yeah.
I feel that it's not because they don't want to buy. It's because it's not really possible. It's more difficult.
Thank you, Ms. Flynn.
You're welcome.
Ma'am, okay, go ahead.
Hi, Stacy Cleary, 24 Park Place.
Hi, Stacy.
Hi. So, I'm not happy with this proposal at all. I think that you should throw it out. The traffic in that intersection is insane and dangerous, as it is right now. 40 more units, it's 40 more vehicles, 20 units, does not make sense. And I don't think anyone in this town will thank you for approving this.
So,
Because of what is happening currently.
Okay.
It is a disaster. It's dangerous. Someone is going to get hurt in that intersection as it is now. And by adding this so close to that intersection, I mean, this is right there. And even though there won't be an exit into Neal Lane, they will have to loop around to get on the highway. It's the only option. If I were to live there, that's what I would, you have to, how are you going to get on the highway?
That was Mr. Fox's concern yesterday, and a couple of people expressed it here.
So, I appreciate your comments. I think that you're very reasonable in what you've stated here tonight, and I wish the rest of this panel would listen to you. This is.
Oh, my gosh, he's never, yeah.
I'm
Okay.
sorry, but I'm not
That's
hearing,
all
I'm
right.
hearing a lot of
Compromising.
support for this, and I don't, and I'm.
Hearing a
and
lot
it's
of compromising. You're right.
Yeah, and that compromising leads me to believe that you're supporting this idea, and that is a huge concern to me. And I think that if the rest of town knew about this and were really focused on this area, like we are as neighbors, you'd have a lot of pushback because it's not next to them. They're not living next to this.
Oh, I
They're
know.
not here, but they do drive there every day. Half the town is, or at least Riverside and Old Greenwich, are using that intersection. And, I'm worried about the safety of our community and the people that are walking there. I mean, look what happened in Old Greenwich. Take that into consideration. Thank you.
She means that a pedestrian was
Yes.
killed in Old Greenwich. For those of you that
Thank
don't
you
know
for
that the person
clarifying.
died.
That is what I meant, yes.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Ma'am,
Hello, Susan Foster, and I live in Riverside. I've got 6 comments. I feel for these last 2 people who talked about the traffic. That is an awkward intersection. It's the same strange configuration that the Old Greenwich one has, with that, you coming in at Neal at that angle, and if you're coming out of the Commons. So I do think that maybe part of this project should include working on that intersection, make it part of the project. Thank you for the improved design. I think you're going in the right direction. I think it's very important that we get the right design in this location, it being the entry into Riverside. The height, I agree with Mr. Hardman. We can't go up. I just think it's going to be so absolutely dangerous to Riverside. That building goes up higher than the rest of the other buildings, we're going to pay a big price. Even if it's a great-looking building, we're going to pay a huge price. New buyers coming in, you're going to see that, and you're going to think, oh, that's just the beginning of what we're going to see going down the Post Road. So I'd be very careful about going up. The soils issue, I'm going to ask that this board start thinking about changing the order of how things are done. I'm just a citizen here, and I have to sit through all of this, and suddenly the soils come up and the water thing, and why aren't these questions being answered way before this point? Maybe in the process of the application process, the soils condition and the water condition should be known, should be a condition of the developer to have those answers at the beginning so that we don't have any surprises here. I don't know who's been to Sono since the new mall has gone up, but there are these street lamps there that are very attractive. And what Norwalk managed to do in that whole area was, if you go and drive by, those street lamps create a cohesive kind of sense. And this is something that the Riverside Association is one of the things that we want to see happen from Exit 5 to Riverside Avenue. And so we're asking, starting with this project, that you start thinking that if there's a way that the developers can put into an escrow account or some kind of fund until we can figure out how these lamps get done. It's not big money to pull this off, but it would really make a huge difference along there. And, turnover. Turnover in Riverside is very high. In the residential, I don't know what would happen in apartment buildings, but I just want to share with you my experience. 2 children, 6 years apart, both went kindergarten through 5th grade at Riverside Elementary. By the time both of them got to 5th grade, only 25% of their kindergarten class lived in lived in Greenwich anymore. So Riverside has major turnover. I don't know about the rest of Greenwich, but Riverside's known for the turnover.
Interesting.
So I'd like to share that.
That was very interesting.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Foster. Oh, Ms. Peldunas. She broke down.
Liz Peldunas, Riverside Association. I want to compliment the move away from the corporate McDonald's look to something that I think is more Riverside. I think that helps. But I don't want to reiterate all of the points that were made before me. I think the parking is an issue that people living in this building need to be able to park at their building, so the impact on the abutting neighbors is not significant. It's an improvement to have no exit onto Neil Lane, but those cars will end up going around in the circle, and I really don't know how you solve that. And I've been sort of puzzling over who's going to, I understand the 4 moderate income apartments, but I'm curious what the market rate apartments would be and who is going to find the living next to McDonald's attractive. How much can you actually charge for that? And just trying to understand the economics, and that's not my decision, but how this all works. But I understand that that probably is driving the size of the building. From the standpoint of the sense of place of Riverside, there's a danger in going high because it sets a precedent that then it could all be high. And ultimately, for people living in this building, they need the green space. If you're not buying a house, you want to have some place to walk or be outside. So you really should press to make sure that it's attractive and people want to live there, regardless of whether they're moderate income or market rate. So we're in a direction. I hope it improves. Thank you.
Thank you. Just say one thing, Liz. A number of us believe that
Okay. In case you want to answer him.
Having both market rate and moderate income housing, will draw the next generation of home buyers to town. I don't have anything to quantify that, but I think it's not an unnatural migration, which will benefit the town. I mean, we've got this issue, as you heard at the RTM last night, and the population projection, and how do we fill the houses that people are leaving as they age out. So I do think multifamily provides a feeder system.
I think that's a possibility. The other anecdote I've heard is that the J-Loft apartments, the 2-bedroom units there have been successful for divorced parents who want to stay in Greenwich so that they have a place that a kid can come live with them on the weekends or vice versa. And that certainly is a need. Maybe that's not mentioned in the POCD, but it's certainly a fact of modern life that it would be nice if Greenwich could accommodate that both parents could continue to live here. The awkwardness of this particular site is it's zoned for Dundee. And man, walking to Dundee from here, you're going to drive your kid because even a middle schooler would be very challenged to navigate that intersection. And I know most kids walking to Old Kings Highway from the middle school will cross at Lockwood, which we know from previous projects, we had crossing guards who didn't want to work that intersection because it's dangerous, but kids will cross there, or they have to go down to Sound Beach and 1, where we still have the opportunity for a diagonal cross. But to navigate this one, you only have a crosswalk in the lanes in front of McDonald's, and then from McDonald's over to the shopping center. I had the great experience of having to remove a yard sale sign from exit 5 on one of those non-crosswalk corners. I'm lucky I survived that event. I should have killed my friend who put that over there, but to go retrieve it was one of the scarier things I've done in Greenwich.
Right.
So it's just all of these things are things to think about. And then as we look at the public schools, as population declines, they're talking about mushing schools together possibly rather than having empty buildings. So long-term, is this the best possible fit for the site? All the great minds will work to figure it out.
Thank you very much. Ma'am?
Judy Forsbauer, 24 Neil Lane. The first thing I want to say is when you look at this picture, what you don't see is what's around it.
Right.
If you did, you would see big building like this and little buildings all around it. This thing is going to stand out. And this is what people see when they get off at exit 5.
So you're agreed to reduce the height. That's where everybody's kind of leaning, to get it lower.
Definitely.
Okay.
But the size of it, the mass of it in that neighborhood, this is going to be the main building in that area. It's going to be the biggest building that we have, or at least it'll look like the biggest building that we have. That's number one. Number two, this space is for an Airbus, not a jumbo jet. I don't know how we ever could even consider putting a jumbo jet in this space. We have a zoo over there with the shopping center. There's only one way to get out of there if you want to go east. So everybody is coming around to that same spot, that exit and entrance. We need less cars, not more cars. Once we do this, we can't take it back. We're not just impacting our neighborhood, we're impacting everybody that shops in that shopping center. So that's the whole town. So this one little building so that we can get, the few little, and I'm all for middle-income housing, but this one little building for that, to do all the damage that I think that it's going to cause in our area, I think it's crazy. I think it needs a lot more consideration.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you for everything.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Anybody else? Okay. I guess I should say Mr. Haslam.
Thank you. Direction from the commission.
One of the things that it sounds like we need to look at is traffic calming as people come off of exit 5, is to get the traffic to decelerate as it heads into the shopping center. And that's not the applicant's issue. That's ours as a town. And I don't know how we go about that, but what they're talking about is that, and I've seen it, people fly off that exit because you get onto that lane, you're in that lane, and you can go right into the shopping center just like you're still on the highway. And that's a town issue, that's not us. But what I'm hearing from the neighbors is that makes their neighborhood feel pretty dangerous because of the speed of those cars, because they're still thinking highway. I don't know how, I guess we asked DPW? I mean, unless you could get a comment from the traffic consultant, we could ask Beta what's been done and something like that. Why don't we do that? Why don't we ask Beta if they have a thought on something like that, and let us also.
Mr. Levy,
Mr. Levy.
He just suggested a traffic circle.
Yeah, I know, but you're going to have to do a GoFundMe for it because.
That's what I think DPW would love to do.
No, there is, that's actually what the Route 1 study recommended.
What?
to have a traffic circle there. That was, when was that
There,
study done?
Sound Beach too. It would have
Yeah,
been,
so the idea was to have traffic circles to do calming on the Post Road. And that study by the predecessor organization to WestCog fell flat on its face, and nobody ever moved forward. I don't think anybody moved forward on it along the whole corridor. So, but that was the idea, Mr. Levy, to have, there was a lot of, unfortunately, they didn't stick to the traffic circles. But I don't think the town's going to spend the money, to be honest. But if we could do some kind of calming.
It's a state road too, plus it would have to be a huge traffic circle.
I know.
Just look at the one by the Perrott Library.
I know.
The size that became for this kind of traffic,
Yeah,
I mean.
but you could really make a town set, but anyway.
No, I mean,
Should we
this is
just stick
about
to,
the same
let's
size.
stick to the
Next to
architectural
Lane.
at this point, since
Oh,
there's,
that's different.
So
yeah.
we'll address with Beta, and you address as well what kind of traffic calming is possible. The neighbors were talking about 40 cars coming out at one time. In fact,
No.
what the traffic study
I think
said
a traffic
was
study
7.
speaks for itself. And I do
Yeah,
want to point
the
out
traffic
too
study,
that.
just so I can finish, so the
I'm sorry.
traffic study was 7 cars max at peak, as I remember.
Correct.
So there's not a lot of trust in traffic studies. I heard that from the neighbors too, but it's 20 residences at this point, and probably less, a little bit less, hopefully. And it isn't going to be 40 cars coming out at one time. That I buy into. So, okay, so done with the traffic. Architectural,
I did just want to point out, though,
Yes,
before
yes.
you move on, is the fact that this is a commercial zone that we're in.
Yep.
Someone could build a commercial building here where you would have retail, which might generate a lot more traffic at this location than the proposed residential. When we initially met with Katie and then had our workshop too, we discussed whether or not to put retail on the first floor with residential above. And it was strongly suggested to us that we do not put retail on the first floor because it would create more traffic than residential would rather,
Yep.
and be less sympathetic to the neighborhood. So I just want to point out that that would be an option for someone to
my
put there.
sense of this has been that you guys are making a real effort to do something that works and to find a balance. And I felt like everything we've asked you guys about, that you've made a real effort. So
Thank you.
I do have that, as we've gone through this, I do feel that way about the application, but I want to get consensus on the guidance we give you. Are you guys still in the same place that it's,
I have some
go ahead, go ahead. We're going to let Nick talk, somebody disagree. Nick, if you want.
What,
Well, we
I
can't
think
disagree
actually
with you till you've
taking-
talked.
Taking a look at what that mix of 18 and 3 in terms of the unit mix, what does that look like? I think actually looking at the half-story, mixing the half-story, the false gable ends might be a solution to maybe getting something back on top of the roof for use, even if it's just the mechanical systems. I think a really good hard look at getting the parking into the ground, not 10 feet, but, can we start at 60 inches at least, 5 feet? How does this work? How far down can you get in a good study? I think actually one thing, definitely lower the garage height to 8'2". I think that'll start to bring some more height down. I think actually what I'm seeing behind you as the rendering, I guess they're up behind you, kind of goes in a little bit more of a detail of a type of architecture that probably might be more accepted by the community. I think if anything, studies in that format would be good, because then you can actually start to explore different windows, different roof lines, different materials, those kind of things. But do it on a model of actually that brought the height down first. So you're not, drawing something that could be, but if you actually brought the height down and did a hard study of that, there's your maximum height, you buried some in the basement, then what does the architecture look like? So when you come back, we have a really good sense of the whole package. So, I don't know if anybody has anything else to add.
Can I clarify, Nick? You said 18 and 3, I thought Mr.
18 of which 3.
Correct, all right. So you're really talking about 15 and 3 then moderate income units, right?
Yes, I had to do, yeah.
Okay.
I got confused for a sec, too.
I think actually, one of the other things, I think Mr. Mills can take a peek at this, is how do the elevations work inside in the garage in terms of a slope of the whole garage floor? Maybe that's a possible solution as well for reducing height, because I guess one corner of the site you're at 100.3, one corner of the site you're at 98.1. You've got that 2 feet. Does it work in the garage if the whole slab is tilted? Something we did down at Sheep Hill. So. I don't know if anybody's got anything else to add.
I just want to reiterate that that it's important to me to make this fit on the lane, and you've done some moderation at the ends, but anything else you can do would go a long way to fit into the streetscape. And that's the big picture for me.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Does it feel workable?
We'll have to reconvene and chat and see what we can do.
I think what you've been doing, that might make it more efficient for you, is if you can work with staff. I believe Katie is working on this directly. And I think Katie's got a good sense of what the commission's thinking, and to save you having to stand here till midnight.
Great. Thanks. Always willing to.
And I think, and you were going to give us an extension.
Yes, I'll get that to you tomorrow. I'll do it right now. Okay.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so for our next application, Mr. Cohen. Mr. Cohen, I'm sure you found us scintillating so far.
You got to take a nap.
Always instructive.
I wish you wouldn't put it that way. Okay, for our next application, the Round Hill Club, Inc., and Mark and Sasha Cannon at 33 Round Hill Club Road. This is a proposed final resub. Okay.
It is,
You want to just go and talk over them, or do you want to wait till
Madam
Lisa?
Chair, no, I want to.
If we could exit, please.
Guys, can you let us keep going and not talk to each other loudly and all that? Okay, great, thank you.
Bruce Cohen, representing the Round Hill Club, and I'm also authorized on behalf of Mr. and Mrs. Mark Cannon, who are neighbors, immediate neighbors of the club, and to whom the club has agreed to convey a very small parcel of land to sort of square off the 2.25 acre parcel that the Cannons own next door. As a result of a boundary survey that the club did a while ago, it was determined that a piece of the property that the Cannons had been landscaping really belonged to the club, and the club agreed to convey it to them, to sell it to them. And the result of it is going to be that the club that owns now 223 acres will be conveying a 0.15 acre tract to the Cannons, and the Cannons, who own 2.25 acre, will end up with 2.39 acres. And we provided a deed history for both parcels to the commission, together with our opinion that under the subdivision regulations, this is a lot line revision and does not constitute a re-subdivision.
Nope. Anybody got any questions for Mr. Cohen? Does anybody from the public wish to speak? No. Is everybody okay with closing this item?
Yes.
Yes.
Okey dokey. I hope you enjoyed your stay with us.
I always do. Good night.
Our next application is Barry Greenwich LLC at 255 Field Point Road. I realize this has been a long night.
Good evening, Christopher Bristol representing the applicant. We were kept open from the last meeting in order to address sewer comments. We've gotten sewer comments back that are okay. We obviously have to do some things before sewer permits issued, but Rich indicated that he's okay with us going forward.
And your client is not here tonight, right? Client
is here.
I'm not going to make him stand up. There was something that came up, just as a passing comment that we wanted to make, nothing in terms of the approval. If you're going to have young people, our sense is you're going to see Ubers coming in and out, and to just think about how you're going to do the drop-off and pick-up, because it could make you crazy.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, he's nodding. Okay, so the applicant nodded. Okay, does anybody on the commission have any other questions or comments? Does anybody in the public wish to speak? No. Shall we close?
Yes.
Okey dokey, good night.
Thank you.
All right, now, we have several items that we need to decide tonight, folks, or that we should decide. Do you want to work backwards or forwards? Mr. McRae, your call.
Hold on a second.
You have Railroad Avenue, this one, and the Round Hill Club. Why don't we just do the Round Hill Club? It's neither a sub nor a resub, and there are no odds there. Okay, let me do that one fast while you're thinking. Okay, go. Okay, so he's going to do, wherever you want to start, you start. Huh. I got to stand up for a sec, but I'm listening, and I'm surely going to enjoy it.
Okay.
And if you
Motions.
breathe, you know what happens.
Mr. Laurel, we'll start with 249 Railroad Avenue. 249 Railroad Avenue, application PLPZ 2019-0475 and 476 in the GB and CGIO zone. Applicant has requested final site plan special permit to amend language under the prior approval for site plan special permit 3784 and 3785, prohibiting any delivery of food from the site, and to make renovations to the restaurant for which you would use the overall seating in the building. Motion to amend by removing the prohibition condition as stated in the site plan special permit 3784 and 3785, noting the following. On-site seating will be reduced to 24, requiring only 10 spaces.
I think it was 25, wasn't it?
I have 24.
Okay, fine.
The ZEO issued comments dated 12/3/19 indicating endorsement of the site plan. Sewer Division in comments dated 12/7/19, the department indicated that there are no issues to be addressed during the P&Z phase. All other aspects of the previously approved site plans and special permits shall stay in effect.
Now,
And any other outstanding departmental or staff issues.
Now, in addition, the applicant will address with staff the commission comments regarding parking layout to accommodate pickup of takeout, as well as enhancement of streetscape. This work shall be accomplished prior to zoning permit, and staff shall refer back to the commission if there is any problem with these recommendations. Did I leave out anything we discussed on that? No, okay, all right. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, so what do you want to do next?
33 Round Hill Road, Club Road, and 269 Riversville Road, application PLPZ 2019-0480, final re-subdivision in the RA2 zone. Applicant has requested a final re-subdivision to amend a common property line between Round Hill Club's parcel at 33 Round Hill Club Road and the parcel at 269 Riversville Road by conveying 6,432 square feet of land from 33 Round Hill to 269 Riversville. Motion to find that the application is neither a subdivision or re-subdivision, noting the following. The zoning, a proposed subdivision does not meet the required No, wrong one.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's good.
Um,
You're good. No
That's it.
outstanding staff or departmental comments, they're on.
Yep.
Okey doke, do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? I think that second, I don't know, who took it? Levy?
Mr. Hartman.
You thought it was Levy first? Okay. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay. And for our final decision item,
255 Field Point Road, application PLPZ 2019-0436 and 2019-0437, final site plan and special permit in the GB and CGI zones. Commission finds that Wetlands has at their 11/25 meeting endorsed their application. ARC at their 11/20 meeting endorsed the proposed architectural alterations. The ZEO issuing comments on 11/5/19 indicating endorsement of the site plan. Conservation issued comments dated 11/6 indicating that the project offers some benefits, but there may be more opportunity to introduce vegetative cover along the railroad corridor in 95. The nonconformance to the parcel is currently not conforming with respect to lot coverage. The applicant has proposed to reduce the degree of nonconformity by reducing the lot coverage through the elimination of 665 square feet of impervious surface. Parking, the project is proposing 15 spaces plus one ADA space on the main property and on the property in ownership of the applicant across Field Point Road. Engineering, the proposed reduction in lot coverage will qualify for a drainage exemption. Sewer Division, in comments dated 12/7/19, the department has indicated that there are no issues to be addressed during P&Z phase. Motion to approve applications with the following conditions. ARC has at their 11/20 meeting endorsed the proposed architectural alterations, but requested the applicant return for review of final signage, lighting, and landscaping, and the applicant to address any other outstanding departmental or staff issues.
okay?
Mm-hmm.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And job well done, everybody. I know we were a little slow. Oh, the minutes. Yeah, there's a single page.
From the November 14th.
Okay, maybe,
Motion to approve the minutes of November 14th.
do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? And so, job well done, you guys. I know we moved a little slowly tonight. We were all kind of draggy, but
I'm certainly glad we got that 12:05 and by 12:50 figured out.
Can I ask a quick question? And if it's going to cause debate, then we'll table it.
It's definitely going to cause.
Yeah.
don't argue about anything, just say yes or no.
The Eastern Greenwich Civic Center, so remember when we did the Byron Pool and they did not do a traffic report, but they did spell out all the services and how, and the number of people, whatever. So Eastern Greenwich Civic Center, they're coming into the new building, and, but it's effectively the same size as the existing building, and the services are effectively the same. So I don't think that they need to do a full-blown traffic report, they can just spell out all the services and who's coming when, who, and how, and whatever. Is that, are we all on the same page there? Right. Sorry?
All these new facilities, are they going to occasion greater attendance?
Well, that's gonna be the question, but for right now, I'm just gonna say, spell it out, and.
So if you think that there's an area where they need to look at an intensification, then we should, and otherwise, if it's gonna be the same volume, apparent usage, then why make them spend money?
Perfect, intensification.